money in the bank. Money in the bank. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the brick, bang to the brick, bang to the
Hello, folks, and welcome along to tonight's stream. Some Game Changers action about to hit your screens. And Tom, I'm excited to be back home. I mean, I only barely made it here. How have you been feeling, man, without having to wait for a connection that got delayed and delayed and delayed?
Well, we had to wait a little bit because someone got a little bit stuck going through the long passport line. But other than that, no, I felt pretty good. I was sat at home about 8 p.m., had my Chinese, had a good sleep as well. So, yeah, I was pretty happy if I'm brutally honest. And damn, I would say the ladies here today are ready and raring to go. We're already into agent select.
Oh, yes. No waiting around. Icebox, as you can see, is going to be your first map. Bind coming up after. Icebox was the pick of FireFlux. Well, Alliance picked Bind, and we're left with Ascent. If we need to go all the way to a decider, Tom, do you think we're going to make it all the way to map number 3?
I think it's definitely possible. I would favor Alliance quite a bit going into this series. Like, we've seen them run some pretty close games versus teams I would consider to be right at the top. Like, both maps versus 10 star were pretty decent. So I would say they're favored. I don't necessarily know how dominant it's going to be, though. They have played prior, but that was a very, very long time ago. And I think both teams have been working quite a bit, even making a roster change here and there. So I think especially this first map is probably going to tell us which way this will go, because even though Alliance hasn't played much in terms of Bind, at least within this tournament so far, when it comes to their prior results, I think the only real loss they had was actually versus Foot, who are always very, very good. So I think that this first map will tell us a lot about this matchup.
Select
but
your agent.
The FireFlux Fierce, which is going to be one hell of a tough name to say quickly. I want to see how they're going to do here today.
Absolutely. Well, of course.
Dom, say it 5 times in a row.
No, I'm good. I'm sure we will say it 5 times, and someo's going to make the mistake. And I just so much hope that it's you.
FireFlux Fierce. FireFlux Fierce. FireFlux. That was almost it. That was almost it. It was number 5.
All right.
Wait.
Well, that didn't go the way you thought it would. He's been practicing that in the mirror all day, and that has just ruined his night. I just want to shout out Bala for popping in with a raid. Hope your stream went well, my dude. Of course, that's over on Twitch, but we're also live on YouTube. Shout out the YouTube viewers. They don't get enough love.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be many of them because it's on my YouTube channel. But hey, don't
let yourself down like that, Tom. What the hell?
If anyone wants to watch on YouTube, they can. But yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing a little bit more from Game Changers, because I feel like, especially now, being able to do some of the matches leading up, like, we know that our G2s are going to be there, we know our guilds are going to be there, but you don't get to see that many matches within the Game Changers of teams that are looking to really rise up throughout the ranks. And there's always a surprise team or two every single tournament where we come back after a break and someone's been putting the work in. And I know for you, especially an ex-Alliance analyst, that's also another tongue twister. I think that you're going to be rooting maybe slightly in one team's favor.
Yeah, it's only a tongue twister with the X in there. At the time, it was fine. Looks like we got a pause right off the bat, but better to have it here at the start. We can see that Alliance ready and roaring to go. One of the things that interests me coming into this, obviously, when you look at the defensive side as it plays out, there's a predictable agent you're going to be expecting to be taking those early duels and succeeding a lot in those fights. Alliance, though, have a fair bit of depth. Obviously, their space taker being a Jet, you can get so much value on a map like this, even coming into the defensive side with a Jet.
Yeah, I do think that there, like, at least from my perspective, there's a few like limitations. I've really enjoyed watching the KO composition that we've seen a lot of teams running in a place, in most cases, of either the chamber or a duelist. Like, you've sort of seen teams go back to what I'll call the single duelist, just because it is really beneficial just to have those extra flashes, the extra information you can get along the way. So I do think that that's one benefit. Obviously, we're not seeing anybody go too far outside the box here. I think that Raze has been proven to be highly valuable, even when it comes to the defense, just being able to use those paint shells for plant denial, the same with the blast pack. So I think that both the compositions we currently have, if the teams are running them well, can work out. The only thing I'll say with Alliance's comp is it does rely on star potential. Like if you run both a jet and a chamber, you basically need to be getting aggressive around the map. You need to be having those players individually performing. Otherwise, similarly to when you have the likes of a Reyna, for example, it can just go wrong very, very quickly. Now, the jet obviously has a lot more viability because of the sort of aerial threat that she will pose and the economic benefits of a Blade Storm. So I don't think it's necessarily a bad comp, but I do think there are better ones.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird though looking at the other side. Like, realistically, is the Raze comp necessarily better? I think I'm leaning towards what you were talking about, having something like a KO in. But realistically, as you said, both of these comps, they have their merits to it. But you have to think on the side of Alliance, you're coming in with all this extra potential firepower and something that could backfire coming into defensive side. Because then if you're not having your players rattling off like they should be, those weaknesses are going to become apparent very, very quickly, or very slowly, depending on how long it takes for us to kick off here. Not sure what the issue is, but oh, okay, sweet. We just got a DC problem, so that shouldn't be too much longer. Generally.
Generally, it's nice to be back, isn't it? It's nice to be back online. Where,
Oh yeah.
Well, because that's the thing for us online, especially if you look. Someone actually posted this today. The statistics of our champions matches and the fact that they were the fastest of anyone's, which is not a stat I necessarily want to keep up. If I'm being brutally honest, I would love some of the longer matches, not in terms of like Pansy and Hypot where they leave and then they get told to come back again because they have to cast an extra couple of rounds.
Okay,
I don't want that.
No, no one wants that.
I see. The thing is, like people are like, oh yeah, Pansy and Hypot. At least they got to leave. I had to sit on the desk the whole time. There was no coming back. I was just there the whole time. But
it was my day off, Tom. That was the funny thing. You came in for game 2, and then that was the longest game of the entire I wanted to sit in the crowd and enjoy it, and I did. And then I'm lying down on the couches in the green room thinking, all right, any moment now they'll be along and we'll be able to go on home. And the best part was that just before, about 10 minutes before that issue, Bren and Mimi were like, hey, we're gonna just get a cab. Do you want to come with us? I was like, no. And I said, and Bren and Mimi can confirm this, I said, no, it shouldn't take too much longer. I regret everything about that. It was a long, long night. But hey, I was one of the 5 people in the crowd during those OTs, and we were making some noise for both teams. No booing. I was sorry, one of the 5 people in like the front. Obviously, the Turkish casters were all there because they are absolute animals. Those guys are tanks. They work all like 3 BO3s all day, and then they're like, "Hey, you guys want to come try some food?" Like, I don't know how Vlad does it. My man was like awake always.
Yeah, I don't think he sleeps, because that was the funny thing as well. Is he was like, there was a day off, and when I say day off, I mean for everybody. That included all of the guys who worked in tech, like all of the producers, observers. Everybody had a day off, and Vlad was coaching a team. I was just like, dude, sleep a little bit. Come on, please. Like, have a nap. Have you ever had a nap before? It just yeah, he works harder probably than anyone I've ever met. I got mad respect for him, but
I look forward to seeing where he ends up in the franchise league. Hopefully it'll be somewhere nice. Hopefully you're all somewhere nice, because we're gonna send it over to somewhere nice. I don't know what that segue was, but I'm just saying there's a break coming up. We're gonna see if we can get this tech issue sorted, and hopefully we'll be back very soon.
Fix it, Sylph.
money in the bank. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the hit you with the 808. Hit you with the hit you with the 808. Bang to the break, bang to the break, bang to the break, bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank, 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 bank. Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the hit you with the bank. Hit you with the hit you with the 808. Hit you with the hit you with the 808. Bang to the break, bang to the break, bang to the break, bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got
Well, it looks like we're ready to roll at long last. Tech issues have subsided. PCs have been swapped out. It's been quite the ordeal, Tom. Our players hopefully coming into this one pretty warm. We know at least some might have cooled down, but this round could tell it all as we start out the pistol. Alliance spreading the blanket. They are not looking to really aggress towards any one particular angle in the first 20 seconds. Now taking B main slowly, probably going to clear back yellow. I'm not sure if they have the drone. I'm so used to having the UI on the sides.
Yeah, it took me a second. I was like, this looks different. But yeah, we've been spoiled. Well, Zaleen is already going to manage to find the opener as well. A little bit of aggression. Well, not even that much aggression, just a peek over the top of mid. Try and find something out for FF, which is what they will be called for the rest of the game, or FFF.
Okay. We have a little bit of a gap in the wall. It is being checked. Julian's been holding it this whole time. There with a lot of hype behind her. We'll see how things progress for Alliance in this post plant. They've got a decent position to play from. But if we can see Curie for a second, I just want to see snake bites remaining. I don't know if we've got any still to play with over on the attacking side. Yeah, one post plant, so that's not going to be too bad. The orb up, they could get something done. A couple of kills to come in and back yellow.
Oh, that's the thing. Like, the snake bites are gone at this point. There's an opportunity, but the Zonya already managing to get one more and leaving it onto just Leanne. Wasn't much of a chance. I was worried for a second they were just going to stick it all the way, but I think the snake bite finally landed. It maybe just a little bit later than expected, but it got the job done.
Yeah, I think that's just somebody sticking it at the right times. They hear the snake bite on the way and make that quick decision in the moment. Take that little bit of extra damage to get it halfway, and well, it could have paid off. You saw in the end it forces this big swing out of Alliance to really secure the site, but they came ahead in those duels, and I think a lot of that comes down to the snake bite that had just been in play, to the Viper utility that was up. It obviously causes a lot of problems for those players then going into fights. Low HP, maybe some vulnerable. A 1-0 either way. Alliance off to a good start. As we mentioned, this is FireFlux's pick. A big pick potentially for Reika, but that has not gone according to plan. A lot of that damage can be healed right back up as well.
Yeah, they had the right idea. They still have a couple of players lurking around this position, but Jada getting absolutely nothing, and well, they're not really in the right positions anymore. Fury already spotting anybody looking to try and rotate through. And while now on the completely wrong side of the map, Zaleen will be able to take this for free. It's almost looking like a done deal in this round. Of course, the defense not really investing too much, but I think with that much of a stack up, you would have hoped to at least get a kill.
Yeah, ideally. Look, the opportunity was there, and it's definitely going to bug them seeing the strength in the economy for Alliance moving forward, but it's not the end of the world to not be able to connect on these rounds. It's obviously just the lost potential. But even then, how much would one kill really impact, aside from the armor that was mostly stripped anyways? You've got players running around with pistols, presumably. You definitely have the headhunter as a primary. And in that case, you're going to recover any of the weapons that are dropped. As you can see there, Allinace in prime position to recover on any of her teammates' dropped rifles.
Well, maybe a slight chance of a kill. Still needing to go down, but I think that's because of inevitability and chance, but I'm just going to try and die to the spike instead, not to give the orb over to the other side. Clean round as well for Alliance. I almost said a Prime Gaming flawless because it's so ingrained in my soul at this point that I feel like I need to say it, but no, just a clean round. And the worry here is that because they invested into a couple of rifles, the purchase that's coming through from Alliance is actually a pretty solid one, and I think you could even see potentially Zaleen bring in another Vandal if they desire it, but obviously having the Headhunter, it's not a necessity.
Huge buff to them. Some of these early duels, especially looking over at FireFlux, this is an interesting setup. Obviously your chamber up top, prime position to take those ranged duels, be able to TP back, but here's a problem, because now your Raze has been spotted. Luckily they didn't fall in towards it. They would have been trapped, I suppose, with two players on high taking those duels. Instead they fell back, took a bit of damage from the nade. It's good early punish, but FireFlux are moving up again, taking these close range angles. It comes with a big risk whenever you're playing up against these weaker weapons. Bridges the gap for a lot of them, but really relying on this covering fire that hasn't really gone according to plan.
No, it went swimmingly to begin with, but Jolina has almost single-handedly managed to bring this one back. 2 kills straight away. Taken a little bit of damage for it, but now the rotation has had to come through. And the thing is, for the defense right now, they don't really know what ground has been taken. They're throwing slows towards yellow because with the 2-player aggression towards this side of the map, you were kind of expecting to have that early warning system, but they went down so quickly after the early battles
30
that,
seconds
again,
left.
it leaves them a little bit in the dark. The one good thing is they did manage to take out the Sage.
Taking out the Sage, sure, but those rifles that have been
Spike
recovered
planted.
now posing a massive threat up against these remaining defenders. They've got all their angles covered on the way through. This retake, it's going to rely heavily on the fight that Leon's about to take. Over on the site, walls are going up, distractions being made, and that buys all the space that's needed. A great opening duel, putting pressure on these final attackers, and Celine from back yellow will be shut down. A fantastic retake and great understanding of pressure on both sides for the defenders.
I think maybe a slight misread on just the lurker, because I think you actually see just that deep pressure coming through on that flank position from Jolina, and just didn't expect anybody to already pass the threshold. So that fast rotation actually coming through from Leanne makes all the difference. They're on the board, but they still lose quite a lot of weapons. And as we sort of mentioned, going into this next one, it's actually a really comfortable buy. Like, Zaylene looking at 2,800 credits post-buy after having, well, basically gone down in the previous round. So they're in a very good spot. Ult-wise, though, it's weird to say, but even going into round 4, we still don't have any online.
It is certainly a rarity. And I think things are about to change. Oh, the TP out for Celine, and the re-aggression on the angle. Fantastic stuff. I guess it almost baits them into peeking it, making sure that she's actually gone, that control was really theirs. In the end, they pay for it with one of those players going down. That trap's still up, but Leon's not going to assume that it's open. Holding for that peak, but timing could be everything.
Spike drop.
Drone coming through. That will actually give them a little bit of information. You can start to see the rotation coming back. The only danger is the Fury's already in spot. Might have heard the players pushing, but Zaylene goes down. Leanne holding on to that cross position. Been able to equalize things, and even with the trap, Jada is still going to manage to win that battle. Every fight currently going the way of FF. Well, it's up to Jolina to try and turn things back again. It hasn't happened. Be the last player remaining.
A res online, but
seconds left.
opportunities are scarce. 30 seconds on the clock. You don't really want to be moving towards that kitchen res, and anyone else is in the open. Got to take the duels, take the space, and this time around, it is again the triple F that takes the W. 2-2, tying up the scoreline. And after losing out the pistol, it definitely gives them the upper hand starting out this map. You can see the economy of Alliance as well. Not really going to allow them to do much, and those ults that could get them across the line, we're talking specifically, I suppose, about Jada. Oh, well, over on Triple F, or excuse me, when I'm looking at Celine, looking at Jolina, those two don't have their ults that can, you know, become rifles for them. Maybe try to play for the orbs, but even then, I think this round's going to be a write-off.
Yeah, the thing is they've got the Viper's Pit still, and a single kill could bring Bladestorm online, so they could even juggle some of those weapons back, and I think they might be almost relying on the fact that, well, Jolina has just been hitting pretty much every single shot that's been put in front of her, so... 2-2. Taking a lot of early control. Zaylene actually pressuring on the lurk on the other side of the map, and on the defensive side, very much stacked up towards mid, but here comes that push straight up above, and there you go.
Charges left.
Jolina's won the battle, and that will be that Bladestorm online.
Well, the upgrade to the rifle could be all she needs. Jada's in a bit of a rough spot. She knows there could be a player right down below her. In fact, there probably is, but dealing with it's a whole nother thing. Instead, she'll just tuck in, look for any of these duels that can possibly be won just one-on-one. And right now, it comes down to the defenders waiting for that one player to step out of line, for that one player to be untradeable. And so far, those opportunities are not being given. In fact, waiting for the
30
lurk of
seconds left.
Celine, who catches a one-on-one duel and loses it. That could be what they need with the ults committed. Look at the damage.
Well, it's going to be the extra kill, but more importantly, denied the plant. So they now have to get into position, and also Curie's so desperately low that it would be a big risk going for anything here, even using those blast packs, but it hasn't denied the plant. That will at least come in here. The trades, however, have been fantastic, and 3 HP for Jolina to try and clutch things out. It just isn't going to happen. Leanne with a really big round. Like, she was the only player on spot as they take that initial control, and she comes out with 3 kills and manages to deny the plant when they come through off the back of the Hunter's Fury.
Yeah, and we didn't know exactly what the HP situation was when the Blade Storm was popped, but when we switched to her just a second, well, not even or two, just a second later, 3 HP, you're in the open, you're gone, it's done. I mean, that is a very rough round to lose your Blade Storm in, but at least they managed to burn down so much from the defenders. This was a round that they came into it with a decent chance of having some impact, but instead they made this incredibly competitive, and I think 1 or 2 small variables going their way instead, it's a different game.
Is this just a pause in midair? Is that what's happened? Like, before she's hit the floor, the timeout has come through, and
Something to do with the ramp
the game's
of it
just
as
like
well.
yeeting her into the ground. I don't know if I've necessarily seen that before, but hey, Alliance have taken themselves a timeout. And honestly, I can't really blame them. They've had opportunities over the last few rounds, but I feel like FFF have started to win a lot of those battles. I'm scared to say it, Mitch, I'll be honest. That 5th
Sonya
time
agrees.
is Soko.
Nodding up and down. Oh, there we go. Finally unstuck as that tactical pause comes through. 3-2. Rifles out for Alliance. And the defenders of FireFlux Fierce, they're able to scrape a bite together
I can
decently.
hear the hesitation in your voice.
I don't know
FireFlux
what you
Fierce.
mean. Listen,
There's
Tom,
no way
I've
I'm
already
going to
heard
forget
you mess
the
it
L.
up. Oh, hold on. Another play like this. The drone, though, definitely spotted Ray because they know. They're so ready for it. But still the double kill, the ult, and it's never popped. The trigger not
Spike
pulled. The
down,
rocket
B.
remains in its chamber. And Alliance are left in a 2v4.
Yeah, even still, Jada managing to get the trade off the back of it. It could have been beautiful. There could have been 4 kills, but hey, the trades out have been fantastic. And especially in a round straight after we saw a tactical pause for Alliance, they were expecting to get right back onto the horse. Instead, they're in a bit of a troublesome position. Now, they've taken some space. Jada has been spotted, and Sonya's going to get that shot for free. Did they actually expect the second player to be here? The dart not going to connect, and that allows so much space to be taken. Wrapping round him from behind and going to close out with both kills. It will be another round 4 now for the FireFlux Fierce. Okay, we didn't say it that time. There we go. And yeah, I think especially after attack pulls just being caught out by such an audacious play from Raker, that's got to hurt.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, especially when I'm almost 100% certain the drone saw her on the way through. Players reacted, being ready for that close push, and just lining them up. Not quite a collateral, I think, looking at the kill feed, but it was as close to it as we really care about. The ultimate popped here right away. Tour de force towards the B site. An operator is also present on A. It's the defenders pushing up. We saw Jada get into this position, and this almost serves like a bait. 2 players peeking this angle. That's a normal enough A hold. Had they have had players stacked up here, you would have gotten that swing. That op would have connected. Instead, they rely on the lurk through mid, which is now being spotted.
Right here.
And just patient play, but with information already garnered on the lurk, you can see the pressure also starting to come in elsewhere. That push up through. It does still give them a little bit of space, and that's the thing. Zaleen having this tour de force available
Teleport's ready.
could make things a little bit more awkward. Especially for Leisure over in that back corner. The thing is, though, Leanne has already shot that out of the round short. They're going to get themselves the plant, but already another going down to the paint shell. In fact, it's a double again, Raker. Oh, no, they've got another one. It's just ridiculous. Well, she may have messed up that showstopper in the prior round, but she's almost got it back.
Even then, that was like the alley-oop, you know, drawing their fire, their full attention, allowing the trade afterwards. But this time, just utterly ridiculous. The value being brought to the table, it doesn't come down to much more than just being Reika outclassing in some of those fights. Good nade here or there, but some fantastic shots have been seen. 5-2. And for the defensive side, I mean, this is the dream start. It was looking a little shaky. We had a decent start for Alliance. They managed to do some damage in rounds where they had a lower buy, but I mean, this has been a definitive answer from the defense.
Scanning ahead.
Jada is already going to kick things off with a bang. The aggressive push from that chamber has caused issues alongside her teammate on Raze. And while speaking of the Raze, Reika is looking to try and cause havoc once again. So deep in their control. You can see the positions that Alliance are having to clear. They're ready for the push though. And this time Sonya will take that fight.
And that duel, that confirmation of map control allows them to pop the res. They'll take the risk of another swing coming through with more than enough firepower there to hold the angles. The wall's still up on B. It's going to allow them to cross out, but this is just a fake. Zelene's moving forward, trying to catch a duel, but ready to concede the control and call for that A push if enough players were spotted. Instead, that space is taken, not contested until now, though. Just as their team is rallying up to help, that's when the defense turns their eyes towards it. Perez onto Reika, and some denial of the plan attempted. Look at that! Sonya on the lurk. A calculated play, ready for that res to be popped, and well, that has secured the round from the get-go.
Yeah, bounce back in a well-needed one. Sonya looking to lead by example and just being able to basically bring that home off with a little bit of individual brilliance, I think will be exactly what Alliance need. It's one of the first times I think we've seen some of those battles not necessarily go in FireFlux's favor. Why is every word following their name always have to begin with an F? I'm so terrified of just the thing is, it's our stream, so technically I can say whatever I want, but yeah, I'm still not gonna do that because
I have a feeling they won't appreciate that as an org, but
that is very true.
They've also put it on hard mode, I will say.
But then again, there have been orgs in the past that have been upset with names that they've been given.
I'm sorry, Oglu. It is unfortunately inevitable with a name as girthy as it was. There's not much we can really do about that. And Oglu just rolls off the tongue so well.
That's the thing, is does OG also stand for something?
Do you mean that in a literal sense or like a...
No, like does it? I mean, like, yeah, as their brand. If you go and look at OG, have they called themselves?
Couldn't tell you.
Something?
I'm sure.
Because then it would be even longer.
I'm sure it probably does mean something, but I think they're happy with OG.
It's time for Optic Game.
The push. Beautiful stuff. Jada straight down through mid, and this is just following the pattern of that early aggression. Something we said that Alliance will be looking to do on their defensive side as well. But for now, that plan has been working for the defense. That said, the pick is now coming the other direction, and we're evened up. But with that Viper's Pit and two players over here, yeah, you can start to see the shift now as they fill in the rest of the gaps.
I think that's happened a couple of times where we've seen that peak come through into mid, and it's given away back into the round for Alliance. Now, they do have themselves a Hunter's Fury, so if that drone can be put to good use, find the Viper later within the pit, that could be, excuse the pun, a game changer in this round.
Looks like they're thinking about going into the pit. Spike sitting outside at 30 seconds remaining.
30 seconds left.
A drone gone in. The Viper never found. Celine caught, attempting to make space elsewhere. They'll try to hunt the Viper down still. No tags, no reveals. even just completely allowing that Viper's Pit to leave. 10 seconds left. They might actually get some space out of this. They know she's in the corner. They've dealt with her. The plan needs to come in soon, and the time might not be on their side. A wonderful attempt out of Sonya in the end. A headshot through the wall, I believe. But much more was needed. 6-3.
Yeah, it definitely went a little bit wrong for them, just with the fact that it took so long to sort of clear out that position. I fully believe they were a little bit too reliant on that drone finding some sort of info, and then the fact that the Hunter's Fury doesn't get anything either is a little bit unlucky. But that time denial from Laetier as well, it just meant that they were running in blind at the end, and it just made it so ridiculously difficult. Again, we're going to see this crossfire of aggressive positions coming out from the defense, and the fact is they're happy to allow this drone thing to come through because they have so many spots. Ow! I just won that with a classic.
That is a trade I did not expect to see, and the unfortunate aspect of falling in accuracy, right? You start that spray a little too early, maybe you just lose control of it when your feet touch the ground, and something along those lines I think is what we just saw. That was not ideal. And coming down on mid though, big kill for the defense. I mean they've conceded the control of A site with a retake wall up, and now that pays off with the control they've got across the map. The only thing is, look how deep those players are on B. It feels like they were definitely expecting this play to come through, wanting to be able to disengage on the chamber but still take that fight early on Sage, and now they're realizing that actually it's the A site that's the intended target of Alliance. Does Celine keep going? For a second it looked like she was going to. With a TP down, I feel like a peak's inevitable.
Oh, Lian has been able to find a way back in.
Player standing.
An entry kill and leaving just Speedalka. There's the Remainer trying to make this work in a 1 versus 4 scenario. It looks incredibly unlikely, and even the bait tap just holding the angle, waiting for a fantastic retake on the way back through. And as said, like I feel like the retakes or even just the synergy has been decent, but there's also just been some duels that I'm not really expecting the players from FireFlux to win. Like that swing back in from Lian, I was just like, okay, she probably gets domed and then her teammates trade, but just a clean battle.
Yeah, and it has been that way a couple of times, especially on those mid peaks. Just thinking back 2 or 3 rounds, the Jada's swing down through. A lot of successful duels for them around that area. I think Alliance set up this time to attempt something similar on mid pressure. Early peeking on B for control, denial, in particular stopping those defensive pushes that have come through at times. But again, that control is sought on the A site by FireFlux. This is where Alliance put most of their team. Maybe at the start though, with the utility going out with some information perhaps retrieved, or a gamble. Either way, they're looking towards the much emptier part of the map.
Yeah, the thing is, this has been something that FireFlux have been happy to do, especially when they have Hunter's Fury online. They know they're going to be able to delay for a certain amount of time to allow that rotation to come back through. So they're just being patient. And the thing is, even just the utility that's there again is just able to buy so much extra time. Later's been fantastic at doing this. There goes the stage fight. Hunter's Fury will go through again. For the second time, it's going to be denied a reposition from Speedoka, and she's been spotted. So they're just going to continue to spam. It looks like she might actually get away with the plant, though, Mitch. And honestly, I'm a little bit surprised.
Yeah, that definitely didn't feel like it was a possibility. It's not a probability for sure. It's still up close. That space maintained. The blast pack used here, and up above, Reka dragging out Jolene as a response of 3. A phenomenal return, and now a serious gesture. That snake fight going down. It makes it so much easier to take the kill. The spam's deadly as Jada got off here now, having to swing into heavy traffic. That is a clear victory for Alliance to put 7-4 on the board.
Last round in
Yeah,
the half.
I would use clear as a very loose term. Like, I feel like Jolena just hard carried them through that round.
Yeah.
Like, the initial denial was great. The start to the retake was fantastic. And then just Jolena gets a triple spray down as they try and get back into the site. Like, Alliance have looked shaky, and that's the thing. I feel like it has been the individuals that have got them the rounds they've got. Like, think of Sonya's triple kill, Jolina slightly earlier in the game, and now again here. Like, this has not been a particularly good attacking side, and I would say that FireFlux have looked far better thus far.
So you watch the last maybe 10 seconds, 5 for sure, back and think, yeah, that was a pretty good round from Alliance, pretty clean. Then you go to the last 15 and it just becomes utterly ridiculous. Jada had success across the map with these early duels. This time A main and a swing out wide, an ambitious one, but it very nearly saw a duel come of it. Instead, the drone is going to be used up to clear her out.
Minute gone. Sage already down, which on this map more than any causes issues, and just look at the aggressive positions that are still being held. They've had so many problems clearing what is in a lot of cases a triple stack. However, there's actually going to be a couple of battles going in the favor of Alliance this time, making this look like a much more workable scenario. Even still, that the defense is going to rotate and have the majority of the players here.
Yeah, they've got a lot of players here, but those snake bites, especially at that frequency, without an orb covering them off as well, I mean, it's only going to delay a couple of seconds. 20 still on the clock as they try to plant that spike. First planter dealt with immediately. Jolina wants to take the second as bait, swinging through, finding space, and leaving Jada alone to drop right in front of her. Hand fed the kill. 7-5 will close.
Switching sides.
Nice, another triple. I guess you got to take those. Jolina again, looking decent, and as one of the more recent additions to the squad, an exciting prospect that was basically just tearing up some of the early stages of the qualifiers. And I think it was like something I can't even remember how many kills it was. It was such an absurd amount in a game that she lost, but good to see her on this Alliance squad. The question is now, can they still run this back on that defensive side? You mentioned that sort of almost double duelist that they're running. They have to be feeling confident and getting aggressive, and it hasn't been the best of games for Zaylene so far. So more so looking at her. I'm also looking at their current setup and thinking that they're mad.
Yeah, this is quite an interesting one. Right off the bat, we're getting a full push. Oh, but actually the brakes pumped for a second. Alliance were waiting for a little bit more, waiting for that early aggression. Well, wouldn't even be aggression, would it? It would just be a normal A main peak. They didn't get it. A second later, they start to creep up behind. Not a ton of noise made, and well, you can see just how unexpected that was. Great space taking. You wonder, you know, no traps there. It's the one gap they left. It got exposed, and where are they going?
I don't think I've ever seen this before. Just a complete wraparound, and it leaves so many angles that are just dangerous. They have to clear. Now they are.
Last player standing. Spike
Jolina's
down
going to come up with a second. I think just knowing that they were completely surrounded, it was a decision from FireFlux to try and get back in on that rotation, but the thing is, it leaves so many angles that you have to clear that it just became impossible.
Yeah, that one was an interesting approach. Like that push coming up on A main. I don't think off the top of my head anyone was ever within range in terms of sound, right? To give those footsteps an ear to land on. Leto it was nowhere close, and from there, well, I mean, like I said, it's the gap they left open. You don't have it covered off, no intel on it. You're just hoping that they don't have the exact timing that they did. A pretty hasty early main contestant gave them all that space, but that wraparound through spawn was, I mean, I've seen Let's Go Deep B and try to get the plant back there, plant 4 spawn, but never take it all the way through. It's got to be one of the longer spawn rotations in the game as well, and through so much space that's pretty commonly still held, considering the control that, you know, they had spotted on the attack. Big risk, and well, it didn't pay off.
Now, and the thing is, this basically puts a pretty good position for Alliance to try and make this back on the defensive side. I'm going to have a look at some of the stats prior, because it's actually interesting. Over the sort of last few months, there's been an awful lot of games of Icebox actually played by FireFlux Fierce. Like, they are currently, they played 13 games of Icebox. So we're actually in a spot where for once we can see which is their favored side. And from looking at it, most of the time it does seem to be that defense. Playing versus Nom, they went 8-0 in the second half to close out the map. They played a team called Pokemon Go, who they beat 8-4 on the defensive side. And in their losses, a lot of the time, it was from starting on that attack and really struggling to get things going. So I am going to be intrigued to see how they're actually going to do here, especially because, as we've sort of mentioned, I feel like Alliance are one of those squads that are really gunning for the top, like looking to try and battle versus the likes of a G2 Gozen. So you kind of expect them to have that level of resilience. And you look at their recent game versus 10-Star Nova, they managed just 3 rounds on that attacking side and then managed to almost bring it all the way back with an 8-4 second half. So there's definitely something to look at when it comes to them going in to this defensive half.
Well, I'm not too sure how much longer these tech pauses will go for. Obviously, last time it's a little bit of a client crash. Had to have the PC swapped out. Would be kind of crazy if it was the same situation again. I think we haven't done anything on this patch yet, Tom, right?
What do you mean we haven't done anything on it?
Have there been tweaks since champs that are actively applied here is what I mean?
No, I don't think so. I think the
Okay.
most recent stuff was changes to Neon, changes to Chamber, and probably Phoenix in there as well somewhere. So I don't think that all the ones that basically were just like, hey, look, Chamber's much worse. It's like, is he? It's like, no, not really. Like
So
that's basically it.
It'd be a crazy turn of events if it was patch related. Hopefully not. Always good fun though. Hopefully it's going to be solved soon. I guess again, we'll try to get some information from the admins, see what's up, and well, we'll toss it off to a break while we do that and keep you updated. Surprise! we've got some Valorant for you. It's time to get back on into the game. We were 7-6 when we left, if I'm not mistaken. Alliance had just won the pistol round. The questionable push coming out of FireFlux in towards their spawn. Now, the follow-up to that should be Alliance with an easy second. We've seen the eco come out from the attackers, and they're on their way towards, well, a full mid push. Unfortunately, they have been slowed, and now there's a lot of weapons trained on this angle. If they continue on the push after this slow is gone, they will...
Spike down.
Okay, that's a bit of a crazy strategy, but, well, it seems to have paid off somewhat.
One enemy remaining.
Someone in the break made Sonya angry. She just wanted to just bully her way through that round.
Terrible.
But hey, it's a couple of kills, honestly, for FireFlux as well. That's really not too bad in that sort of round. And now they're going to come in with the rifles, and the purchase that's there for Alliance isn't fantastic.
I mean, damage was done, right? You look at some of these rebuys, and there's definitely some room for improvement. But, wow, I didn't see that coming, I'll say. The initial fight was just going to be decided by the attackers in my mind, and Sonya said, to hell with that. How many of them could there possibly be? The answer to that was 5, so unlucky. You know, sometimes you roll snake eyes. I think that's a bad thing. I'm not really sure.
I think it very much depends on what game you're playing, but in most cases,
true.
yes.
If I can get the lowest number with 2 dice, for example, it would be a great one. The ideal one. If anything.
Space being taken towards this B site, and an aggressive push all the way through A. The Alliance have all the information they could possibly need. The problem is they don't really have the weaponry to win this sort of round. It would take either a hero play or somewhat of a miracle. I'm going to peek out and deny the block. That's something. Nice shots though from Jada. Quickly put this round back in favor of this offense, but Demon's doing a lot of damage. Jada again though.
I mean, great protection. Oh no! Selena's not landed the shots. Oh, that's a bit of a disaster. Closing it out, plenty of damage done, armor stripped, but at the end of the day, that could have looked a lot worse for the attackers. And with Jada coming in with some massive kills, especially that third one, just about stopping that plant denial, which could have been everything. I mean, that would have been a thorn in the side, maybe causing that extra distraction, stopping some of that pathing from coming through. And well,
that's a good spot.
She just did a remarkable job of stopping that from happening.
This is where things could get a bit tougher though. Operator on the board. Also Zaylene again, looking to get that little bit more aggressive. She definitely hasn't shied away after what was a pretty poor first half from her individually. Timing though could be an issue. Jada just 1 away from already having that tour de force. She hasn't seen the gun. There we go. The penny drops eventually. And that was the only defender when it came to this A site. So realistically, it's going to be a bit of a scramble now.
Yeah, you can see immediately these players tried to move away. The only one remaining was Curie, and well, that snake bite down. It was doing damage. They've managed to make it out. And again, a lot of that, not even healed up, the decay will just fall away. And alongside a heal, things can look fantastic again on the way back through. Alliance, 1 player down, nobody on the flank. We're already tapping it. I mean, look, that's halfway right off the bat. That's a fantastic start. And Sonya's going to try to take some space. Looking the wrong way with the blast pack break. Pushes her out of position. And these spams proving to be way too much for Alliance to deal with. Absolutely fantastic post plant.
Yeah, and well, they get the operator? I don't think they do. No, they're going to go down to the spike, maybe just dilly-dallying of who's actually going to take it at the end. But yeah, fantastic post plants. I think just catching that aggressive push, it really put the round into turmoil for Alliance. The fact that they needed to almost gamble their rotation to try and fill the gap of the space they've given up. And then basically on the other side of the map, FireFlux just take that space back and manage to get themselves into such a solid position. Tour de force up for Jada, as mentioned, and she's going to pop that.
You want to play? Let's play.
Well, recon up and over. Players getting very aggressive here from Alliance, but they're being picked off as they move forward. Jolina at least able to find an advantage, only barely escaping with her life, and the same true for Sonya. He's spotted now for sure. Both players that are pushing up on A have been seen, and the flank of Curie spotted as well, noted by these attackers, and they're going to pressure her entirely. The whole team looking at this angle. Another swing would be in vain,
Last
but
player standing.
well, that proves to be true.
Our 10th round looking inevitable. And for the defense here, okay, you're going to have maybe an ult or two in play, but Jolina, well, already using the Blade Storm here, they're just going to get picked out of the sky. Leanne very much ready for that one. And that's the thing, it's like going into this next round, I don't believe they have much. No, you got the Res, which is on the Doppelganger on the other side, and also then that showstopper for Reika, who, after again a pretty slow start in this game, has really started to come into her own, especially on this attacking side. This is starting to look pretty dangerous, and as said, like, when you're running this composition of Jet and Chamber, you need your stars to be popping off. Unfortunately for Zaylene, that hasn't been the case just yet, but maybe this will be the change.
I mean, this early utility has been smothering as well. I think just fantastic work all around by FireFlux when it comes to it. Again, they've just denied that early push. Those players now, you know, being fully aware of what was going down, have still been stripped of a bit of their health. In the last round, it was much more fatal. Both players having res online, with raises on their respective sides. And the showstopper committed right here and now. It's looking for a kill. Damage done. Somehow she's gotten away with more. But look at the return. Way more than should ever have been found. The space open for Sonya to swing in, but only one. The numbers now equalize. The res out of the game, and somehow they've managed to keep themselves into a 2v2 stop shot. Was pixels away from making this an assured Alliance victory. Instead, it's anyone's.
Trying to almost bait out some of the angles as they look to try and rotate back through. Jada's off angle might be a bit of a nasty surprise as they round this corner. She hasn't really been missing, although her teammate goes down for it, tries to go. I think that might have been a no-scope on the rope. A little bit audacious, but even just moving back is enough of a bait. Still though, Jolina is able to get up above and win that battle back. It's another close round, but it is going to be Alliance just about making it through. An operator even retrieved at the end.
Oh, just bouncing around on those steps. The second that it's tapped, she's on the boxes, aiming at the angle, just fully ready for where that TP had gone to. Spectacular work. It comes down to just a couple seconds on the clock and a few opportunities that I think they converted massively on. In particular, you know, you've got a res online each side. For both Sages to go down early is obviously a shame. It's not what you want for either team, but for Alliance, I mean, that was just huge to be able to actually put a stop and a slow onto that aggression on the A site. They need to make that dent a little earlier though, because you can't rely on those big 2K spray downs every time.
We're seeing the same again though from Alliance. They've got themselves basically Zaylene just locking down one half of the map. The reliance on her, it hasn't paid off so far, but she does have the tour de force this time and the get out jail free card to almost anything for those rotations. Drone though already spotting her up, forcing her back, and again this just early utility from FireFlux is causing them issues because they now have to rotate someone over. They can't just stick to what was initially a very A-sided setup. And okay, sure, that operator is still just going to be watching the cross, but the screen should get them past, and with a Viper speed, you don't want them having that control.
Teleport's ready.
Oh, it looks like we're gonna be looking for a pick up and above. Zoe holding on from far away. Sonya's able to deny the plant, even get a tag. I believe that may have been on the Viper.
left.
Luckily though, there was a wall down.
Spike planted.
But moments before death, at least providing that little bit of cover, stopping the punish from coming all the way through. But the numbers have been well and truly thinned out. This Viper's pit has to find so much value, and it's the Viper stepping forward to look for those initial duels, swapping positions almost. But a 1v4 awaits. That recon is revealing nothing. They're all inside the pit, and the plant is already being contested. The defuse is underway and it's completed. I'm not sure how you could have done any better, though, realistically.
Scanning ahead.
The funny thing as well, that could have worked out for them, because I think they still believed that she had gone back through the pit. Because I'm correct me if I'm wrong, but I think they walled towards yellow. So she was actually behind all of them, with them thinking that she was back towards the normal post-plant position. So actually a little bit unlucky that she didn't close that out, because even just having a snake bite there would have been enough to basically do that extra little bit of damage onto the players defusing, and all of them down to 1 HP off the decay. It was a lot closer than maybe it could have been. Even still, though, Alliance slowly dragging themselves back into this one, a 9th onto the board, but there's still weaponry available here, Mitch.
I mean, yeah, up on top, but it's being watched for. Control
Party's
conceded and being held. Jolina grabbing a fantastic kill. And those are real tilters. You know, you're on the attacking side, taking that space, and you feel like this is it. I'm about to make the play, but in fact, your opponents were hoping that you do exactly that.
Jade is now within the task of either trying to clear that pit, or maybe just waiting for the drone to come back around. It's actually already been used, though. So I don't really know how they plan to clear this one without a little bit of luck.
Right here.
They are starting to try and guess where those positions are, and they have got it spot on. Curie is just around this angle. Gets tagged up by the dart.
Like a
30
deer in
seconds
headlights. I mean, danger was sensed. You could see it, the quick crosshair movement as the recon flew past, but just not expecting it to come in that quickly. Maybe hoping, praying there was a bounce or something. The reaction not coming in on time. It's left them in a retake they hoped they would never have to face. At least certainly not in a 4v4. Nothing done. Post plan is actually fantastic for the attackers. They've got themselves great ultis to
player
play with,
standing.
but no res possible. And now it's all down to them. Well, I mean, this is it has to get everybody great damage done at least, but the defuse will come through right away. And there were just way too many bodies. The Hunter's Fury was a cornerstone of that post plan, but once the whole team goes down in 3 seconds, you have to think that there's just no reason to use it.
Yeah, it almost seemed like the post plant was a little bit off. Like, you have so much utility, you have an ultimate ready to delay, and then you've got players peeking aggressively enough that they get caught by an operator. Like, that's not normally a case in a retake. It's very difficult to get in with the op. That's why they sent Jolina in almost first, just as like, okay, we're just going to trade off this, because your weapon's not as useful as the rest of ours. But no, instead, managing to catch that out. An initial very good read as well from FireFlux. The fact that they basically completely catch out, I think it was Curie, just sat on the site waiting. They knew exactly where she'd be based off how she actually placed that pit. So clever stuff from them, but unfortunately not working out. And now on their map choice, 10-10. Alliance, they've been climbing back into this one for quite a while. And honestly, I think the momentum's in their favor now.
Well, you'd have to feel that way, and I think with the way some of these rounds play out, like that initial kill that comes through, that's one of those ones that puts another dent in the desk. But realistically, being able to recover so quickly, I mean, it makes you feel like anybody can make a mistake. You know, the rest of the teams here, we've got you. We're there to catch you when you fall. And at 10-10, having that wind in their sails could be everything. Look at the economy. Look at what this has left them with, scraps for FireFlux, and this is what they'll be using to challenge for their lead, something that has been theirs for the majority of this game. And now Alliance may just be snatching it back out of their hands. 125 on the clock and a very passive defensive side. I mean, we haven't seen this on the A side and mid, I would almost say at all. This is based around their B aggression and a little bit of a bait at the start, but the recon has actually completely pulled them back. They really want this op kill on the cross, though, not willing to concede that control.
Yeah, this is without a dash as well. So this has to be just
In the decay.
sheer movement in the decay. it could be a little bit rough for them as they look to try and face through. Jada wanting to almost bait out that shot. I think they realized with the close position of the player waiting to destroy the drone that the operator would be there. The problem is, while they're sort of using up all their time to try and find something towards this B site, Alliance have taken the rest of the map. They are holding deep into mid, deep into A. In fact, pushing all the way through into the spawn. They know exactly where this push is coming through, and now everyone else is just looking to stack up that B
30
site.
seconds left.
And there it is. I don't know why the
Attackers
spike
spawn.
is so far
Last
back. They
player
put the wall
standing.
down. I think they wanted this to be a massive fake. To have that mid lurk catching rotations and spike sneaking its way onto A, but completely left unchecked the fact that that A control could be there for Alliance. They thought this would have been the team falling back. And Curry, after being shut down in her Viper's pit in the previous round, you know, you don't expect her to be the kind of player to just rush forward, then claim all that space, take that risk once more. But this time it pays off tenfold with the lead taken out of their hands. 11 to 10 Alliance in the lead, and this map was the one to tell us everything we needed to know. Right now, the fact is FireFlux have put up a fantastic fight. A fierce duel has been fought, but if they don't find this round here, it may all be for nothing to find up next.
Oh, it's again just using that initial bait, and the shock darts as well have just done so much damage from Sonya.
Here.
This setup is fantastic. This crossfire
down.
between these two has been so deadly, and sure, Jolita is eventually forced off, but still a 4v3 after a res has been used. And that ground hasn't been garnered. Sage also gone means that an afterplant is going to be much, much tougher. I don't know how FireFlux come back from this.
No, I mean, this is pot agreed when you've only got the left leg of Exodia left. You know what I mean, Tom? You know exactly what I mean. This is such a beautiful setup from Alliance. The wind was already in their sails. They were already looking like they were winning on the conventional plans, but then they perfectly set up those darts coming in from basically their spawn. Sonya having that lineup to try and do damage on the back of contact in B main, on the back of that information that the players are moving forward, but I don't think you could have even hoped for it to do
30
as much
seconds
as
left.
it did, and softening up everybody else, even leaving Jada with practically no HP, with them removing the Sage after the res had gone through and everything.
Into A?
They're
They're
gonna
actually
just
still
speed
going
in.
for this. Yeah, they're going to try and
Oh
just
my.
straight run
Oh
into
my.
the site. They're already so low, and they're made vulnerable. Not a bad trade.
One
I
enemy
think that
remaining.
also
10 seconds
gives
left.
an opportunity here for Jada. 20 HP though. A plant will get them a little bit of extra cash. You can see
Spike
Jolina
planted.
already looking to just run in with that blade storm. There needs to be some instant headshots from the chamber, and well, no chance in the end.
Yeah, far too tall a task to ask anybody to bring it across the line in that scenario. Jada couldn't even continue forward with the team after the snake bite went down. A mere 20 health. There would have been no chance.
Match
12
point.
to 10. Look, this has been a fantastic display, especially on the defensive side from
Here.
FireFlux Fierce, but these past few rounds have truly separated the two. Coming back from this point is going to be difficult already. The economic disadvantages are blatant. They've got no full shields on the majority of the team. With them having to go to half shields, some of them can't even afford a rifle, at least not a Vandal Phantom. Instead, the Bulldogs starting to bolster out the ranks. The one silver lining, perhaps, could be the tour de force. Although, as of yet, we haven't seen it pop.
Right here.
Seems they got a little bit of early information. What it doesn't tell them, however, is that there's currently 4 players leaning over towards this A site. A hard read coming through from Alliance based off the failures of the previous round. Now, the slows might actually almost start to call that into question for FireFlux. Because throwing those slows in almost makes some sort of assumption that there are going to be players around those angles. The drone into mid as well. I wouldn't be surprised if off the info they have, they might just start to fall back here. And in fact, they're almost waiting like a firing squad for this push to come through. What is that shot? Jada is going to be incredibly unhappy with how that fight has gone.
And they're all here waiting. The operator on top, the
remaining.
snake bite through, and that
down
is
A.
just an execution. Again, the plan here for the attackers, FireFlux Fierce,
30
having
seconds
the
left.
angles on lockdown. 3, maybe even 4 players watching the same spot, hoping for a peek, and when it comes through, not only is it the first kill, it's the domino that knocks the rest of the round out of their hands. This is concluded
Defenders
13 to
win.
10, and
Today
wow,
is
oh,
not
what
our
a
day
dominant
to die.
close to an otherwise very close game, Tom. At the end of the day, the win is in Alliance's pocket, and that doesn't paint a pretty picture with Bind up next.
Yeah, like it's a little unfortunate. There were definitely some solid individual plays that came through from FireFlux, especially when it came to their defensive side. But I think just their watching of their flanks was one of the major issues when it came down to that second half. And I think Alliance realized and started to have some very good gamble stacks and reads on where they were going.
Yeah, look, things could have went a little bit better, but closing out that map, Alliance now set themselves up for a potential 2-0. Their map pick up next, and a tough battle for FireFlux Fierce, but we'll see if they can bounce back from it and push us all the way to 3 maps in just a little bit. For now, though, we're going to toss it off to a break.
Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the. Bang. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to
And we're back, ready to roll on into Bind, Tom. We've talked up a lot about Alliance and about the performance that they'll put up on this map, why it's a favorite for them. But really, I want to then ask, coming in after a close map 1, what do you think that's told us about the results we can expect here on Bind?
Well, the bit of a worry is that, at least in the recent matches we've seen from FireFlux, they've not been great on this map. Like, they've really struggled when it comes to that attacking side, which is good that they're starting on the defense. Compositionally, it's not necessarily a bad comp. I think they run the Sage alongside the Raze, so not running the Chamber that we see on the other side, which means you could still section off portions of the map, but it can be a little bit more difficult to be as audacious. On the other side of things, though, I do like the fact that we are seeing that Fade brought in, because I think it's become such a strong agent when it comes to this map in particular, and especially paired with the Sky. I think we're going to see a very aggressive stance coming out from Alliance once again, because you have so much in terms of, I guess, explosive initiation, rather than what you would see, for example, running something like a Sova, where you're going to get that info a little bit slower. You're basically trying to play off things almost instantaneously. Now, the comp that's come out for FireFlux, though, is something I don't think they've run. They've been running a Brimstone, at least more recently. So the fact that they've gone over to an Astra, an interesting change, one that can definitely work, but you can't have as instantaneous executes, especially on that attack.
Yeah, this is going to be a really interesting game. I think Astra is starting on defense as well. They're going to have a lot more option for slowing ability across the map, for global utility, which is always, well, I mean, very much dependent on how you like to play the game. Hell, that we know the strategy of, you know, TP the chamber in with an Odin and pop one of the grab wells, right in hookah. That's a beautiful strategy. Can't do that with many other agents. Don't think we'll be seeing that here today, but it would make my day if we do.
You never know. You never know what they've got planned. But we are going to be getting into things here. But I think it's very important that we see FireFlux actually getting off to a strong start. As said, in their previous composition, I don't believe they were actually running that chamber. They're running a Sage instead. So maybe trying to match up a little bit alongside that Astra placement. The thing is, though, you can expect some pacier takes out from Alliance, and they're already all the way up in towards long.
Oh, a ton of control there, and quick kill. Zaleen dropped right away. Now that's gonna hurt. Losing out on a lot of the rotational ability here. Your Fade now having to slow it down a ton, but ultimately trading map control. Now we've seen this backfire for teams time and time again. Holding on to control of hookah as an attacker when you take this site is so important, and I don't think we've seen many teams ever find a solution to an alternative, to a healthy alternative to that kind of hold. But Sonya going through the TP as well. This just means they can isolate the 2v1 fight. She's taken down right away.
No more Viper.
Oh, okay.
One enemy remaining.
You know, Chris has managed to find a couple from almost absolutely nowhere, and she's going to close out the round as well. That retake was looking like it had some legs to it, but she just absolutely slaughtered them on the way back through. And well, a pistol round on the board for Alliance is not going to be the greatest start to what could have been a good spot for FireFlux.
Yeah, Zaleen going down early obviously causes its problems for Sonya, like we said, but once she takes that TP, it's certain death. With them still having control over hookah, they took the fight with her still having to clear down towards middle. The swing comes out, the kill goes down, and with the control of hookah locked in, it was going to be tough. But then we just had another ridiculous play, and sometimes that's how it goes. You know, the game plan can be perfect, but sometimes the execution just favor your opponents that little bit. A quick TP out. Zaleen not overstaying her welcome. They want to keep as many players alive here as possible, not take too many risky battles, and well, they've done a fantastic job of eliminating Reika, a big danger player if you give her the chance.
Yeah, I'm obviously not much invested into this round, so you still not high expectations here for FireFlux, but it's more so Can they drop any of those guns? Can they remove maybe the rifle? That would be something hugely beneficial. Or even just not giving those orbs over. Now, that's going to be a lot easier said than done. Again, we're going to see the stars placed. A chance to maybe make a couple of players vulnerable all the way through. And Jada's still going strong. She has looked fantastic throughout the previous map. And this one, and Jeeks as well. Okay, they've actually made this relatively costly.
Already. And there's
Spike
still
planted.
bodies floating around. Still the ability for this to get a little bit worse. The odds are that's not going to happen. But the timing here on long, it could be everything. If this swing comes through right here and now, the element of surprise definitely in favor. That's another frag, another player down. The classic overrunning. In terms of the damage done, it shouldn't come anywhere close to this. And oh, this is dangerous. One shot from the Marshal, all that's needed. It's so close every time, and near miss. Oh, in the end, they'll get away with it. I think they've got enough time that spike shouldn't be an issue.
Yeah, even still though, FireFlux, it could have been a little more, but they have made things very costly. Weaponry onto the ground. It seems like Zelene is even going to go in for a rifle here. I don't know if that's something they'll sell, because it'll put them in a detrimental spot going into the next round. And I would be absolutely fine with it if like she was a couple of orbs away from a tour de force, but that's not the case. She's only got 2. So maybe taking a bit of an unnecessary risk, or just feeling so confident going into this round that they can take this one away. We'll see if she's going to be able to do much.
It's very strange when they already have a rifle, right? That's not the hero rifle, it's a double down. Maybe a necessary one. This crunch coming through. They'll be happy for more firepower, but none of it's landing any duels. Everything going in favor of the defense. As Curry is left alone and hunted down to the depths of their spawn. Alliance lose this round convincingly. That was an impressive reaction from the defensive side, crunching in just in time.
Yeah, solid round from them. I like the fact that even though they let that last map slip away from them, they're still not shying away from these more aggressive plays back through the TPs. I still am not completely sure about that purchase. I guess the thing for Zelene is she can play the Headhunter, but she could have played that in the last round too, so I guess it was just sheer confidence that they could steal that round away or make it costly, which ultimately they didn't need it. But now though, we're again going to see this control fought for. At least in the early rounds they were able to get this orb for free, but it seems like now Cheeks is going to fight for it. Has support.
Ooh, that's not a great start to those duels.
Satchel out.
A few bullets landing, but all in the sternum. Heals right back up. We're going to be at 100.
Orbital
Perfect
strike.
reset for Alliance with Orbital Strike online, just as you say. This becomes a very difficult round now for the defensive side. Those rotations, only 2 through the TP. It's not enough to initiate an immediate rotation. Instead, they'll stay 2v2, or sorry, 2 and 2 in their setup. Problem is, like, if they take even these Seekers coming their way, you almost have to play retake right away.
Well, they delayed them a little bit, but as you said, it has to go into the retake, and I don't even think they didn't use that ult at all. They've still got the orbital strike. They've also got the Nightfall. This after plant is so terrifying. Like, if you're the defensive side, you basically have to go now.
Well, they're taking their time to set up a few more stars, but the sense of urgency definitely felt on this side. The smoke up, the orb up, and the tap already. That's to get the orbital strike down. Well, it takes a moment. Wait to remove the sound, the cues. Still able to get some flags back in the other direction. Alliance 3 versus 1, though. This should be too much. Even the sound taken out of her ears. Finally a chance. That swing too powerful. The trades are on point, and Alliance are taking it 3-1. A fantastic response on a bit of a hiccup previously. Not the start that you want if you're FireFlux right now after the previous map.
You know what I love? I love the fact that Zelene had 0 kills up until the point where she goes into a buy round with a Headhunter and then comes out with a triple kill instead. Like, it doesn't make a lot of sense, but I guess it worked, so
In we go.
I'm sure she's going to be happy on the other side. weaponry a bit of an issue here as well for the defense. They've taken a risk in the sense that if the kill comes through,
They are so dead.
or the AWP, I was just thinking that Jada would have to get the frag. I was thinking there's no way she's just going to be able to stick that AWP straight off the bat. That's exactly what she's done. Now has told the force for the shot, not connected. I didn't expect it to go down that easy, I'll be honest with you.
This is the thing, though. It's the pace of the swing. The brimstone stimmied up, just swinging on the angle like a neon. And
Last player
you could
standing.
see the shock trailed because you just don't expect them to move that quickly. Unbelievable
Spike
rush
planted.
out of the attacking side. And, well, to say they were caught off guard is even an understatement. A fantastic round. And in such a crucial moment for this defensive side to be rolled over with such ease, a potentially flawless round that they're about to face off against. And we're talking about poor starts to the map. Let's see if they can at least make this one costly so the round isn't all lost for nothing. A swing and triple. Oh, man! Walking out with 3! That is unbelievable! Maybe the spark that they needed to stay alive.
That was absurd, just being able to hit some crazy shots. At least putting herself up the board a little bit means she could afford a Spectre for this round. Definitely not the silver lining they were hoping for. And the thing is, for Alliance, already 4 rounds to the good. Okay, ults aren't online, but they're 1 away from having that tour de force, which means it's almost guaranteed to be in the next round if they do have any more financial constraints. And for FireFlux, they're basically going in with an eco. So they're going to try something a little bit risky, and they're going to walk into Zayleen.
Oh, that was close. A shoulder shot, it appears. But Rake is still standing for now. They're retreating right into Jolina. And that is a pretty clean conclusion. Oh, the re-swing, and Jada finally punishes. Still, a lot more to be done in this round for that hit to be felt. And, well, they've trapped Jada completely.
I will say Jada always seems to land a shot. Put her in the right place, and she doesn't seem to miss. The problem is with the rest of the team already being slaughtered, it makes it a little bit more difficult. Geeks has at least been able to get herself a Vandal, something to play with, but even just extra information being hardened, the fake flash will enable her to get 1 onto Zayleen, but as said, she'll have the tour de force for the next round financially. It really doesn't matter that much to Alliance, and there needs to be a response now. We've seen this new composition come in. It hasn't really been working. I can't say the Astra or... I guess the Chambers hit a few shots, but not anything to really write home about. I want to know what they saw in this comp with the double controller that really... well, they expect to work here.
Well, that's it, and we need to see that pretty much in the coming round. We're seeing the majority of ultimates online. Over on the defensive side, they're going to have weapons again, and all the weapons they want, right? That operator can come through. Now, if it doesn't work here on the map, the context of the series that we're coming into, this being Alliance's choice after just stealing the win out from under their nose on the previous map, this is a very tough situation if you end up going 6 or 7-1 down. Generally, 7-1 is kind of where I would draw the line and say, okay, you now have to step it up. But adding in all that context about how this series has gone so far and this map and what it represents for Alliance, it really does feel like do or die coming into this one here. And look, Reika has had some huge rounds before. I would say we haven't really needed to, and we haven't seen anything from the showstopper. This is a round they would benefit from actually finding something early.
Yeah, the thing is, though, there's one on the other side as well. So it's not like it's a one and done. Gonna take some early hookah control. A lot more aggressive in their stance in this round, still using those sky flashes to try and give them information about the passive spot that Alliance are currently holding in. They've also taken deep showers control as well, so really just looking to try and work the map a bit more than we've been seeing them prior. I think it seems like Alliance is fairly content playing this a little bit slower, and actually that was baited out a lot easier than I expected. Now, well, that's the easiest kill of Jolina's life.
Yeah, they knew exactly where she was already. What was that return? Oh, and a swing into the open, taking down the
Spike down
chamber.
B.
Hey, who said that? We haven't really seen the show. Spike down, and we swing out wide on long. Mistakes were made, and they're starting to realize that this should be spiked back into the attacker's hands. And well, that cosmic divide, it does give them the spike for free. They already had it though. It makes it so much harder for them to break out. And that
Last
it
player
just about
standing.
caught her.
30 seconds left.
A pixel away, and it might have been okay.
Time to
This is a heartbreaking round if you're a FireFlux fan.
Matia with the chance to maybe rectify
Spike
this.
planted.
The round started off so strong, but she's left 1v2 to try and rectify what seemed to be a couple of mistakes back to back, and well, Jolina's just not missing. 4 kills in this round, halfway back to the showstopper after entering with it just moments ago. And yeah, it just seems like this round in general just had its mistakes. Like a single Prowler baiting out a showstopper. Okay, I kind of expected it to be used to try and slow them down, but then instantly fired off, giving the position away and giving the space back to Alliance. Then you had that swing out, and okay, the Cosmic Divide was fine, but ultimately it was just a solid flash and playing an angle where up against the sky it almost made it too easy for them there. Alliance schooling FireFlux in this position, and while I'm not sure we're going to see a response at this point, they are getting owned.
Yeah, I want to say a great Prowler, I guess, but it was just a Prowler with a strange reaction on the other side. Zelene's under pressure. I mean, it's 2 players heard up close. I'm not sure if they've seen the third, but either way, that's going to get them to this.
Spike down
Utility
A.
here. I thought Zelene was gone. The extra little pain shells only lighting her down to 31. And I mean, the good thing is they can heal that back up. Same is true on the other side, though. The only thing is you can see Raze is on A. Their sky is a little separated from the rest. Oh, no!
Oh, that's going to be enough information. That's all they really needed. The danger is, as they lead... Oh, it's so horrible! I think both times has been some of the unluckiest positioning.
So close.
Well, eventually, Jinx will go down. It is at least some reclaimed ground, though. Stinger in a pretty nasty spot.
30 seconds left.
Both going to be going down. 3 kill and the
down,
spike
B.
dropped, but the rest of the players being killed off in the pits. And the thing is, there's only 20 seconds left, so they're going to have
Face
to
your
go
fear!
through this.
Oh, this is dangerous now, though. They've got the trails leading them right down to those final players. A fantastic ulti. And yes, both found here by your Sky on the way back through. 7-1, the line in the sand reached. Look, another round that it plays out so differently to how you expect. And I think, Cheeks, the cross being caught and then just barely missing the chamber and spawn, it couldn't have went any worse for that deep push that came through.
Here.
Again, in isolation, as a round with pistols, not bad. Unfortunately, 7-1 down. Well, you were kind of hoping that that might be something to ignite the fire beneath this squad. Instead, well, they're at least coming in with the purchase. Shower's control already garnered Jada. As said, she was one of the sort of beacons of hope in the previous map. Had a fantastic first half in particular. Control she has, but just not quick enough on the trigger. Not expecting a full sprint player to run all the way through, and well, they're using a lot of utility just to try and push her back.
Jada not able to find the shot. Prowler even connecting. Bolts coming down for massive damage. And you have to feel that they can't really hold on to this side. A nade thrown through, an attempt to do further damage, but it will land nothing. And now this team seems almost free to plant. Thing is, Viper Utilities on a cycle. It's gone down, so that presents them a perfect opportunity to make their way on there, grab the plant, and fall back. FireFlux really out of luck on that one. At least they're all here, though, and ready to push this retake together.
Blinded.
Trying to bypass. Get towards the spike, utilizing that screen. Already though, this wrap around from Zaylene is going to garner one. And as they try and almost deal with her teammate has found another.
Player
Leanne
standing.
again doing damage, but it is left on to just one. Jada with that operator, unable to get anything in the initial battles and unable to do anything with the time remaining. Sonya is going to put her in the dirt, and they are continuing their reign of terror on this map. 8-1 on the attack side, and honestly, it just looks so bleak.
And the first player to take an engagement and the last one to go down on her side. Jada definitely not finding the value she wanted, but you have to look at how Alliance are approaching the site and just smothering her constantly. Even the fallback position being smoked off immediately, and any teammates that try to take space caught off by that beautiful lurk out of Zaylene. Start to finish, just a textbook round from Alliance, and that was another one that was an absolute must win. Now down to pistols again. So many weaknesses here for FireFlux, and this is the map that we feared it could be for Alliance. In fact, even more exaggerated, especially considering that previous map. I mean, FireFlux put up one hell of a good fight. Now we're ending up with, well, dominant position only looking to become even stronger for Alliance. They've left a lurk here. Remember, they've done these rotations with even just 2 players taking the TP, but the Tiger's going to be used to clear it.
Again. Fairly slow start to the round, but as the execution looks to come through, Jada hoping she could find some sort of gap within that smoke, and just a bit of utility being spammed out in the hopes of denying some of this control. Seems like they're even expecting this position to be held. Not clearing it just yet. The longer this lasts, the more dangerous it can get, and it is going to be the initial connection, but
30
Fury is
seconds
so
left.
quick to just trade this back to him.
Spike planted.
So hard to gain advantages with pistols, but holding on to them can be even more so, especially when you don't recover the ground and the rifles when it's still hotly contested in these pointed rounds. Alliance are coming ahead time and time again, but the pistols on their way back through. Just look at how much there is to do. In fact, Flash is giving away Reika, but it's just powerful at this range. Unfortunately, not strong enough to win that duel. 9-1 we go. Ulti's online for a lot of players on Alliance, and those are all high impact ones at 9-1. This is a nightmare for FireFlux.
Yeah, I think we're sort of seeing what we feared, is that on that first map of Icebox, their choice, one of their better maps, they look good and probably could have taken this over the line and taken us to a third map, but when it came to Bind, Alliance have just looked unstoppable. Not really many openings either, and now, well,
Where are you?
with 3 rounds being the best you can hope
Marked
for,
one.
I guess you almost have to start believing in curses.
Even then, that's going to require a pretty significant effort to make it up to the famous 9-3. For FireFlux, they look to Jaden. Pushed up on mid, looking to find something around A, but no players await her this time. A very deep spread by Alliance, and they will rotate all the way back through their spawn. The spike will move towards B. Now, this is the position where the Viper's Pit has been seen. They know that this is a spot they probably don't want to be fighting into. You have to wonder, man, what idea did they have in mind? I mean, taking Hookah, as they would probably suspect, is for free. But what now? And just pushing the Viper back, flashing over. Seekers confirming that they're towards B. And that has actually dragged the rotation. They're now retaking the space, realizing that they're actually clear. Maybe there's a suspicion there could be a player already on the site, but this is a complete misread. And now Alliance will get the space for free. In fact, the ults are just pushing them all the way back, guaranteeing the control.
Yeah, if anything, that might have actually helped out a little bit for FireFlux, just knowing those aren't in control anymore. And Leanne, again, just hitting an absurd shot that's given her team an advantage back into this one. Operator holding the longer range. That's a peek out from Sonya, though. It's already going to diminish The amount of players left. Does she
last
even land the shot? While aiming at the player above,
Did I
Jada will
get
get a
inside
kill, but
your
Sonya
head?
has just torn them a new
I'll
one.
find you.
An insane round from her with a triple from
Last
sight.
round before the
Double
switch.
digits hit. And while, again, opportunities seem to be there, but just the reaction of the Alliance players in those scenarios has just been sublime. You can see the confidence in the way that they're playing. And okay, again, there's a few ults online for FireFlux, but I feel like we're in such a bleak spot right now. It's hard to look positively on much that they can bring to the table.
Yeah, it's not the first big round we've seen out of Sonya, but between the top 3 on the scoreboard there, I think we've had a different hero step it up in every moment that was necessary. Start to finish masterclass thus far, at least. We're 11 rounds in, hitting number 12, the final of the half. And for Alliance, they committed a decent bit to the previous. They've still got a tour de force, still got that nightfall to work with. On the other side, though, we've seen the failed attempt at a showstopper earlier on. Right now it's on A, and this is a very rough position. If they actually got faked into like TPing through with it at this point, but Alliance have started to move right up onto the spot that Reika would hope for. This is her opportunity to make up for that early flop that we had just a few moments ago. But look at it.
They've beat it again. It's the same thing. Every time she has that ult, it just gets
Beautiful.
baited out by just a Prowler. That's basically what they've been doing. It's the Prowler
Face
who's
your
that
fear!
has just been unstoppable. Now she's going to throw in the Nightfall. A couple of players found. It has
30
to be a
seconds
kill
left.
for Jada.
Smoke's down.
But somehow, Curie wins that battle too. The only thing that might put a spanner in the works is, do they expect Jeeks to still be hitting at the
Not
back
really.
and no connecting onto a couple, and the full rotation of her team able to support her. This should be a round for them, but Jolina just over the top, able to
10
turn this back
seconds
into a 3v3.
Gotta
Spike
cover this
planted.
push out of the elbow, and they do. No more presence to be found
One
now.
enemy remaining.
Spotted
Oh
and taken
my.
down. Sonya with a beautiful conclusion to this half. 11 to
Switching
1.
sides.
And the idea
Their
from
teeth were
Alliance
crackling in
fading
the
out the
cold
play
and
towards
thought.
Hookah. Waiting, thinking, okay, nobody's falling for it. No immediate showstopper. We'll move to A. Try the same there. Oh, look, they're popping 2 ultis. Have they got a
There.
plan? All right, let's run the other direction again.
There.
Just played like a fiddle. And FireFlux have got to be feeling just devastated with how that half has gone. It was painted as an uphill battle on this map, but this, it looks like an insurmountable task in front of them right now.
Oh, to say they need a pistol would be understatement of the year. So many stars performing on Alliance. I think Sonya now leading the pack, and honestly, she deserves it. Her utility alone has been enough to warrant her value coming through on this team, but then she's also doing a huge amount in front of the frag. And now they've TP'd, but this might just be used as bait. I don't know if the attackers will expect 2 people still to be here, but already it's going to be that initial kill. The trade should be coming back,
Spike
but
down,
even
B.
still, it's only going to be the 2 for 2. Sight taken. FireFlux have found themselves in a solid spot, and they will get that after block.
Yeah, best of a bad situation, really. I think both those players being spotted so early. The perfect reaction with the drops coming out of Hookah, the immediate take and assumption that that space was open. Well, that hasn't gone according to plan. No one able to swing on the back of it with the snake bite still down, so it was a null flash from the get-go. These players being forced back, but they still haven't taken the space elsewhere. And this is becoming very
enemy
difficult. The
remaining.
info no going their way, and well, it's left down to 1. 78
One enemy remaining.
maybe on her
Clutch.
side, and her HP is now. What a gorgeous clutch.
Do it yourself.
And one that FireFlux must have been praying for. They've gotten it.
It's still got to a point though where you look at that 3v3 after plan, and still Alliance made a damn good go of it. Every single player on their team at the moment over 10 kills. It has been a sheer team performance. And while I don't think it'll be surprising if they just take an eco here. No real need to gamble, take any risks on this defensive side. Just try and get as much damage done as they can. And on the other side of things, you're going to see mostly rifles, which again is a little bit obscure, especially on bind with so many close range angles. You really can go for specters, etc. But they know that this next round can't be a bonus. It can't be a bonus round, because if they lose that round, they're already facing up against match point.
Wow. What a shaky start, but also a wonderful one to put the wind in their sails. Still, you have to think that pretty quiet when it comes to hope for bringing this all the way back. The Flash hasn't quite made it. Are they going to burn up the second? Well, no, they've got the information now. You know there's a player close. It's just a bit of a stalemate. You can see FireFlux don't want to make the mistake. They've been poking out with utility, but nobody's willing to step it across that line. At least the idea is that nobody should be. Not right now. Not against the buy that they're facing. It's only a shorty waiting for them on the A side.
30 seconds left.
I mean, the stack up is most certainly on B. They won't be able to find that information, though. Not unless Alliance give it away.
Yeah, and I think eventually they will. Raker just waiting patiently, and eventually will be rewarded for it. Doesn't need to overextend, and has found the stack for her team. Bidoka just waiting for anybody for the push, and Jolina with the drive-by.
I mean, from this point forward, playing exit's the way to go. I think they've been very wise not to take control over lamps. It's not necessary with the post plants they have. Now the judge has to fight outwards into range. An easy execution. Well, the final players will just look to make this costly. Still a good kill for Jolina, and it amounts to 3 going down. Now that cost may be felt.
Yeah, this really could reduce the buy, and even if they manage to take this round home, it's going to put them in a bit of an awkward spot financially. Now, in terms of ultimates, the only one online is going to be that Cosmic Divide. And the thing that makes this, like, this is the thing that really worries me, right? Is on that defensive side, I can see the sort of testament to this composition. On the attack, it's tough because you've only got a single initiator. So Jake's basically has to play a perfect game, and then they're going to have great setup off the back of Astra. Astra almost needs to work involved with the initiation onto the sites, like stunning up these players and clearing some of these corners with gravity wells, etc., which is not the norm when it comes to this map. So that's going to be one of the tougher things, whereas on the other side, obviously, we saw how effective that fade was alongside Sky. You could be a lot more nonchalant with a lot of your utility because you know you have the Sky utility as well to back it up afterwards. So
Time to hunt.
it means they have to be very careful with what they clear. And early on, we're going to see the Tiger use it towards showers. Actually get a fair bit of information. So they can do anything with it. Well, that's another story altogether.
Oh, 4 HP on the way out. And on a buy round, that's huge, but they managed to get the C's back through, the nade in, and
Spike
the
down
crunch.
A.
It was a big commitment, and Celine's
Last
got her
player
worth
standing.
for it. 3 kills now with Leon falling, and it's all onto Leto alone. The spike down in the open. The information
30 seconds left.
already in the hands of the defenders, and they'll even concede this, allowing her an avenue to retreat because there's only 20 seconds left. And with a molly in hand, she will have no time to make her way back around. She has to run into this choke point, and of course the firing squad is waiting on the other side. I mean, do you even
10
bother?
seconds left.
10 seconds on the clock.
Toxin screen down.
I'm sure she'd like to pick up the other rifle. Not take Oh, I think she's going to go down. Sonya will clear that out. The damage that was done from the previous round,
Match
Mitch.
point.
This might be the final nail in the coffin. I think we've got to the point we inevitably thought we would. Now, again, normally that sort of round with the amount of damage they've done isn't bad, but when you're 12-3 down,
Careful
you're coming
here.
in with what looks like a stinger. It really isn't a pretty spot.
Careful here.
No, it's not ideal. Fighting for your life. in this position. Of course, you know, this isn't early days, maybe for the streams kicking up, but of course, we're already into the elimination stages, the lower round. So one more round out of 9. And that's all it's going to take for Alliance to move forward and eliminate
They found my
FireFlux
trap.
Fierce. They've put up a damn good fight on map 1. But here, it looked like they were just outclassed from the get-go. Now they're taking the site, but that control, again,
Welcome to
is
my
conceded by
Spike
Alliance. They're on the
planted.
early flank, down and around long.
See-
But at this point, with the Viper's Pit, it's already
Yeah.
secure. They can turn back and fight.
Oh, what? Speedoga's first shot was so clean, and now you need a hero. Drake is at least going to be in a position to do some damage. And she's just so screwed in the corner. Utility alive. Oh, the shots are pretty. They don't know where she is. She has also done so much damage, turning this
Last
into a
player
2 versus 2.
standing.
The pit goes down, and now it's all left.
enemy
She
remaining.
can try and do it with the Sheriff. A nice attempt in the end, but it is going to be the map and the series going the way of Alliance.
No button. Save the day.
A good fight.
Defenders
But
win.
in the end,
The
this
nightmare
fine map was not to be. 13-3, some incredible rounds. I mean, Sonya had one hell of a game, but like we were saying,
Yeah.
it really felt like anybody could be the hero. You trip, and the rest of the team is there to catch you. And what a wonderful display coming out of Allinace Coven. And even still, though, that first map, it could have went FireFlux's way. We could have been going to 3, but Al, I guess we burned the clock off of a best-of-3 series anyways.
Yeah, you know, we got there in the end. I think we might have actually still been one of the first games to finish, so I guess that's surprising considering how long map 1 was. But obviously, we already know the next opponent. We're going to be heading into Alliance looking to take on Ascend. So something that we didn't get to see too regularly within the normal VCT because of poor performances from the analysts of Alliance. But nonetheless, I'm looking forward to seeing it here when it comes to game changers.
Okay, well, I think we qualified for a Masters before Sen did, so I'm all right with that.
Didn't they win?
Anyways, we gotta go to a break now. The clock, Twitch ads, and all that sort of stuff. We'll be back in a bit. See you soon. through the vmix you guys sent us. And then
I can hear you twice.
Yeah,
you
actually, I
through
can
the
hear you
vmix
twice.
we
It's
have.
kinda
So
cool.
there's like 7 of you right now. All the audio's just looped in. So
You're
we're
in
off
your
to a
ears.
fantastic start. I'm gonna mute the one Singa gave us because that's not working.
Yeah, it's
what's
all
up,
good.
guys?
I can
think
still
I can hear
understand
you now.
Mitch.
How's Tom
You
doing?
hear
Are
us?
you working, Tom?
Wonderful.
Oh,
Yeah?
great.
Dude, this is so cute.
is
Like,
weird.
it's us four all
Okay, so
hanging
I mute
out,
that
all
VMix,
covering
I
game
can't hear them.
changers.
We're having a great time here, man. Our game was at 2-0, but I think it was almost as long as yours. You guys went all 3 maps. You having a good time? No, I'm jealous of the room. Jeez.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we need
dude.
to get you guys in the green room, put you up on some first-class flights, a nice hotel. I know what your
I like
requirements
the
are.
sound of
nowadays,
this.
boys,
You
but,
know how to,
yeah,
you know
welcome
how
to
to
the green
talk
room.
to a boy. God damn. Okay.
Yeah, I tried to lie down so you could see the sign. This is brand new. This sign cost thousands of dollars,
Yeah.
and even getting it delivered was a pain in the ass. If I'm
That-
being
that is
honest.
true.
You know, I was actually
yo.
I was looking into some of those signs because I really like the look of them, but I saw that price tag and I thought, oh, but you guys have gone all in. I love it.
Yeah, well, you know, I figured if you make the big money, you can probably spend the big money. So, you know, Mitch, I've been wondering, bro. Like, you guys have been following. It was Alliance, right? That's who you've been kind of shadowing
Yeah.
today. How'd it go?
Yes,
How'd your
indeed.
guys' series end up?
Well, the first map was really long. We had like 2 massive tech pauses, but it ended up being a 13-10, super fun game. Second map, yeah, it was a bit lights out. It was pretty rough.
How you doing, Tom? Giggling to yourself. You gonna talk to me?
Probably not. I wouldn't. I want to ask a question though. Aside from the games we've had today, I want to hear all the juice, all the secrets. How was Istanbul? How was Champions?
Oh, good-
and then more
good
importantly, or maybe less importantly, but I still want to know,
Oh, damn.
how was the holiday after? Because man, your place was as bougie as I could expect.
Obviously, you know, Tom has very expensive taste, so
Yeah.
we had to go somewhere beautiful. I had suggested many, you know, budget alternatives, but he said if there's not
Oh,
a
really?
jacuzzi in
Oh,
my
really?
room
We
and
can't shit
pools,
now.
I'm not turning up. So we had to do it. Sauna and a Turkish bath in our house. It was so
Must be
sick.
really hard
How
on
many
you.
times did I use the sauna and the Turkish bath?
You see, that's the
Just
thing.
the
He just
question.
wants them as a status symbol. Doesn't even use them.
Oh,
That's,
okay.
that's
Tom, if you've
Oh,
got
yeah.
a sauna
Tom,
that you're
what
not
am I
using,
saying?
not happy.
I don't like it. I get too warm. I don't enjoy it.
He
It's not for
stepped
me.
in. He stepped in
the most
while
Tom thing
the
I've ever
sauna
heard.
was heating up. It wasn't
Yeah.
even like at 80. He just stepped in and went, "Oh no!" Just immediately walked right back out.
Why is that
It
the
was
most Tom
beautiful.
thing I've ever heard?
Yeah, don't change, Tom, please. I actually love that. Like, it's so
remember we
believable
went
that
to
Tom
a-
would declare, like, sauna's just impractically warm. Like, it's a very
Yeah.
Tom thing to do, you know? Like,
You
fridges
should've seen,
also,
man.
Tom, are very cold if you ever try to go in one of
careful.
them. So just watch yourself,
Yeah.
you know?
The thing is, Mitch's response is always, "Oh yeah." But then when you in the pool afterwards, you feel refreshed. And I'm like, I could just not do the bit where I go in the sauna and just jump. in the
But then
pool.
you go from a 0 to a 5 instead of a -5 to a 5. You know what I mean? It's like you want to be in the
Yeah, you're
bad
jumping
place and
like-
the
you're
good
jumping
place.
like
is
a
Of
bad.
course.
I could make myself feel awful and then jump in afterwards.
Oh, Tom's completely frozen on our
I'm not surprised that Mitch knows
Oh, there
his
we go, he's
saunas. You
moving
know, I
now.
think Vogue rated him in the top 5 hottest bodies of
I'm just
last
lagging
year.
to
Actually,
hell.
That is true. Tom, I think, has been hitting the top 5 sexiest man, bald man, of course, on the planet for I think 10 years straight now, which is impressive because 10 years ago he
that's
had
probably
hair.
illegal, but yeah, we'll run with it. Okay.
No. Yeah, Tom, you were of age 10 years ago. Yes.
I would,
Were you? Are
Yeah,
you
there you
28,
go.
Tom?
I would have been 18.
I
so
did
there
the
you go.
math. I did
Oh
the
wow,
math.
you're 28,
Yeah,
man.
Just,
It's crazy, isn't it? We've barely
that's weird,
seen
dude.
Tom for years, and it's like he's gotten so much older since then. You know,
Don't look
like,
a day over 14, Tom.
Oh, how
Tom,
the years
man,
change us all.
Yo, Tom, I would love to hear, because I tried to speak to Mitch about the games, and he gave me a little rundown, but you just laughed. What? Who are you covering next? And what's so funny?
well, the thing is, it's funny to me because I was hearing 17 different voices in my ear. So, and most of them were Mitch's.
Oh,
so
wow.
I just had to keep looping it back.
kind of
I could
hell.
also hear my own voice repeatedly in my own ear.
Oh.
Speech
So
jammers, yeah.
that's
it's all
why I
part
was
of it, yeah.
laughing.
Like doing a
Well,
telestrator.
look, man, we wanted
But,
to give like a very
other than that,
stripped
we're
back
doing
and
Alliance
authentic
versus Ascend.
experience.
I hear like 4 times now. I'm dying.
Look, I actually love it. It's funny because as you were talking about it, Tom's like, I was hearing so many voices, and all I could hear is Tom, I was hearing so many voices, and it's like, dude, I don't even know what's happening anymore. Like,
Despite that, I think we still do have to give a big shout out for Singer and Zilf, who put this together
Yeah.
with no warning at all. We're just like, hey, can we do this? Can
Wow.
we get all together in one room and insult each other for 15 minutes? And it's gone pretty well, I'd say.
I think the thing that's making me most upset though is I'm perfectly centered on one, and then I'm completely off to one side on the other. So no matter where I'm in the wrong place.
oh, dude, that's sick.
Stay
Well,
losing.
we got that sorted like that just for you, Tom. So then you could keep like jiggling. I'm all about the
Eating there.
the
What's
Tommy
he eating?
jiggle. What have you had a mouthful of there, Tom?
Chew and
Great.
swallow. Great. Okay.
Great.
That's good. You
That's
don't want something
actually-
crummy that's going to get stuck in the teeth. You need something quickly, quickly
Look at him.
digestible.
Look at him holding the
There we
grape
go.
there.
Lovely stuff.
Oh, that looks delicious.
High quality camera action.
What with grapes? Are you seedless or seeded kind of guy?
Who chooses seeded?
No, I
That's a
know,
great
right?
question.
It's
I
so
really want
wild. It's like,
something that
do you
tastes
want the grapes
disgusting
edible
inside
or
my grape.
inedible? That's what it always feels like, you know. Like,
No, but
do you
it's-
want
it's
this
like
to
a
be a
challenge,
challenge?
right?
Yeah.
Yeah. You gotta it's like tying the knot on the cherry stem. You gotta try not to choke, and that's part of the fun.
How many cherry stems have you sucked on, Mitch?
I like the idea that Mitch is like biting through the
Hugo-
stones.
You can't handle the truth, brother. Not this
ooh.
time around. But someday I'll show you.
Okay, great.
Teach you the
Tom,
technique.
are you in your childhood bedroom right now?
No.
Oh,
The producers
I
are trying to shut us down.
Okay.
Harry. The man is in our ear.
The men are shutting us down. I think we have to head into this next game soonish, guys. But it was
Enjoy.
lovely. It was lovely hanging out. Thank you for having us on your Twitch stream, and thank you for coming on mine. How cool was that?
Yeah, it's always a pleasure to come on yours, Harry.
There we go.
Crossover nobody wanted.
There we go.
They got it anyway.
Yeah, putting me, Mitch, in the same room is
Bye.
scary. Goodbye. Right, so that's them gone. That's them out of here.
Thank
Thank
God.
goodness.
Can't stand
right?
those guys.
And now it's just us. And we're gonna
I can still hear you. Okay, they're gone. They're gone. Well, we just got violated in the last few seconds, but it is what it is. These things happen. So, we ready to dive on into the next series? I've heard rumors that the games are going online, and of course it's FireFlux Fierce versus Allinace Coven that we've just covered, and it was a 2-0. A great first map. Second one, not so much. Now, Alliance are coming up against Ascend. Where are we thinking that's going in terms of favorites? I mean, Ascend made the deep run in the upper bracket, so we're pinning them as the favorites here.
I honestly think this is going to be a fairly even matchup.
Ooh, okay.
Like I don't know if this is one that you can tend of actually looking one. I don't know too much about Samsi, but the rest of the that we've seen through different iterations of squads. So I think that realistically this should be a close game, and it's just going to be in the matchup and necessarily down to like the differences of margins of every single time they played. Because I think like you look at some of the earlier matches they played, it was actually a draw in one of the Medusa games. Then the last time around, I think Ascend actually won it not too long ago, which was actually a dominant performance, which
13-0.
is very surprising.
Yeah. And I mean,
I don't know if that will happen again.
well, I'll give you one reason that it won't off the bat. That 13-0 is on Breeze. This map pool has Bind as a second map, the one that we just saw Alliance do incredibly well on. Fracture as the first map, and Pearl as the decider. So a lot of new maps in there, the newer ones swinging through, but with Breeze not in play anymore, I don't think it's too much of a mystery as to how we ended up there. We don't know the bans off the top. We haven't got like a document handy for them, but I'm pretty confident it was Alliance that banned Breeze.
Yeah, unless they're really... Well, and unless somehow Ascend just went, we really want to play mind games, but let's ban the map we 13-0'd them on. I don't think anybody in their right mind would do that, so I don't think that's happened. But yeah, hoping for a closer game. I think especially within both of these teams, there's probably going to be vulnerabilities within their map pool, and especially after an exceedingly long break between every one of these tournaments, like it's a few months most of the time, you're going to have basically gone, okay, we've worked on Breeze, and then it doesn't work in officials. Now, I do see Jade hovering over a Raider, and I don't want that to happen.
Yeah, okay, we're still, okay, all right, now, Jade.
That's not better.
Jade, if this is a negotiation, we can, oh, yeah, okay, we're getting somewhere. No. We were getting somewhere. This one, okay.
That makes sense.
This makes sense, Jade. Now we're speaking the same language. All right, let's go. Huge.
Yeah, I've kind of not been paying attention to the rest of their agent select just because Jade was trolling, but I do think that, like, realistically, coming in with pretty decent for either side, I think you're always going to have fantastic combinations when you throw in a breach, a raise, and of course that fade. Like, I think it just comes in with wonderful
Select your
opportunities
agent.
for FireFlux to play with. Although I imagine it's going to be Alliance, and that is actually wrong. Nonetheless, I just looked at the top and I was like, they're not playing, but I'll say their name anyway.
Well, these things happen.
I can just see Silver's just gone, everything is broken.
These things happen, you know. Technology sometimes fails you. And, well, we're just seeing an example of that here and now. Oh, here we go. FireFlux, well, they're going to be mounting the attack momentarily. They seem to have bought out the Alliance roster in the past few moments, which, an impressive turnaround from the legal team. I think we have to shout them out. Riot obviously couldn't keep up in changing the tags, but those contracts, they were signed, sealed, delivered moments from... Oh, it looks like there's a technicality on the field, and those contracts have been reverted, Tom. They'll now be playing under the Alliance banner.
Nice. That's good to know. Now, heading into Fracture, it's been a pretty strong map for either side. 6-1 over the last couple of months for Ascend, 4-0 for Alliance. So to come in with that as a pick for Ascend, I think just proves overall how confident they are in their ability on this map, but also versus the opposition. Now, last time out, they had... Well, it's funny, because last time out, they had an incredible attack, time of incredible defense. It just seems like they've been dominant throughout this qualifying bracket on this map. So for Alliance to let it go here, it's either the fear of the map or they're ready.
Well, starting it out, Alliance certainly looking good. Two fantastic duels open up the B site for them, but a flank is quickly underway. It's been spotted. They're wise to it, but setting their sights on the site itself. Samsy's lost the control now. That trap destroyed. And the angle's doubled, but she's going to have to watch the control for Zelene as well. This could be a thorn in the side. Completely unexpected. And it looks like she's about to get away with a free kill.
Oh no! No, delete the VOD.
Get rid of it.
Delete the VOD. It's all gone wrong. Samsy has just been, well, it should have been executed. Instead has got away with, I don't even know what to call it, murder? Not really. Revenge.
One enemy
Even
remaining.
still, though, Sonya looks to try and rectify things, and she's doing a fantastic job of it. It will be the 1-0 to Alliance, but maybe not in the manner we expected.
Huge flank from Zelene. Great timing on the way through. Great space taken. That is just an unfortunate... I mean, sometimes those can be the hardest to hit when the player's looking the other way, but... Wow. Not the expected
I
outcome.
find when people are shooting at me, it's a little bit harder.
Yeah, maybe. And, if they're shooting at you and you still get to aim, they're not very good at shooting, so it is what it is.
Then they're Ryan's. I mean, what?
On his birthday, bro? Really? I can't believe it.
Out of curiosity, what month is his birthday?
I just told you, it's literally today.
Oh, okay. I reckon you don't know the actual month.
Well, it's December 20th, obviously. Allegedly, that's what he tells me.
Did you
I'll
just Google
Wikipedia
that?
him real quick.
Yeah,
Although I do know this because that big birthday thing that we did at Champions, or rather that happened, we did know that because he said like, oh, it's 2 weeks from now. I remembered saying on the
Yeah,
broadcast, so I knew it was December.
Spike planted.
But nonetheless, Alliance are doing a great job to clean things up here. Not a lot invested in this round from Ascend, so
Last
not a
player
whole lot of
standing.
expectations. While Samzy, hasty shot off the back of the headhunter. Wouldn't mind another one of those, but Jolina instead is going to put her in the grave, climbing closer towards that showstopper, but still quite a distance. And in fact, most of the ults on Alliance's side are. So to bridge the gap, I would say normally it's going to be a little bit more difficult, but you look at what they've actually got going into this round, Mitch, and let's just say they played the last round pretty safe.
With 4 seconds on the clock, yeah, it seems like we're going to get this aggression swinging through.
Where are you?
Oh, okay. Stun, but no Neon running after. Medic has been spotted. It's not helping out a ton. They already knew the breach was around this position, and nothing's actually come from it. I thought it was going to be a much faster pace instead. Stun used out of Jade, still lingering around this area. Another to be fired through. No connection. And really, I think both teams will be disappointed walking away from that, in the sense that they don't get nearly the information or the control that either team wanted. That is even of an early battle. The only thing is, I think the utility used up on the attacking side was a little more valuable.
Jade. Walkabout is being watched for, though.
Here.
Able to give the advantage over, although Hated has quickly traded things back. Celine not able to capitalize on the drop she had on her opponent, and look at the rotation. So much information already for Ascend. And they heard the tap of the orb. They've got the stun ready.
30 seconds left.
Looks like the tide might actually go in the direction of Alliance. Nobody really watching that cross.
Here.
Spike planted.
Wow, that's a little unfortunate. Having to fight their way back in. Amy spotted up as well. Alliance might be able to force the fight they want, but there's just too many bodies here, you would think. Oh, what? There's like some absolutely insane, like, falling shots and everything connecting. I couldn't have went better. The swing that came in on main, I thought one of them going out of place is the only way that goes badly, and the swing was perfect. The spacing was near perfect, but Alliance just won those fights in an almost inexplicable manner.
Right there.
More unfortunate on the side of Ascend. The thing is, they had a perfect read on the rotation. And the only thing is, there was nobody really watching on that cross. Oh, it's not pretty! But somehow Celine gets away with two. She TP's back into the open, but the shot's just not connected. A rifle retrieved for Amy, at least. Something to play with going into the next round. Or into this round, even. Well, rotation is coming through up towards the speed side, Mitch, but it's clear they already know it's in this direction.
I mean, this has just been rough. Start to finish, but the more damage would be fantastic. At least the kill to come through. There's no overextensions. You saw for a moment. Oh, Amy had a chance. Sonya being so close wasn't calculated. Like, it looked like a set conclusion to that round, but one hell of a fight left in Amy to put up at least a few dents into Alliance's economy. Still, the road that they've had to this point was a little bit too clean and a little bit too, well, just unjust with the investments they've made. Their economy is doubled down on, it's bolstered. They should be fine.
Well, yeah, they won a bonus where they had two players with no guns, so it kind of just pads those stats up. Again, we're going to see some aggression coming out. It's kind of expected with this Neon comp. Actually, they're going to combine alongside the chamber and operator alongside the pace of Neon. Instead, though, watching Jolina already get all the way in towards the tower. There's so much space garnered that I almost wonder if this will have to just be a retake setup. With an orbital strike available, there's a chance Jade, though, has got the flank timing. I thought for a second Sonya was going to spin back around, but stun up. I don't think there's any escape for Jolina. Amy's going to catch the rotator as well. The utility ults combo from Ascend has been sublime.
Teleport's ready.
It's harder to get much closer to a perfect round. And, you know, an ultimate on its own can find so much value, but combining it up with just that extra little sprinkle of utility, and just look at the players' positions in heaven. You run away from a stun into an orbital strike. Your choices are to run back through that stun
30
into the
seconds
open
left.
and certainly die. Stand inside the ult and certainly die.
One
On the other
enemy
side, where you
remaining.
players and utility, and pretty much certainly die. And in the end, well, that outcome was as certain as it seemed. A round on the board for Ascend and an absolutely beautiful display of how to play Valorant. But here's the thing, Tom. We run into round after round here where Alliance are able to buy, and on top of that, their ult economy is, well, it's coming into full swing.
Yeah, the thing is as well, you have to bear in mind how much ground was actually taken by Jade on that flank. So it was very easy for them to sort of combine all of the utility because they knew exactly where everybody was, which I don't think is going to be a running trend going into the future rounds. Again, though, take deep control towards the tree. It's been very patient in the early stages of this round. They know the Sam is around this angle. The question is, can they isolate her? And the answer is yes.
Off your feet!
That cancels the first play. But being able to TP out,
your
the second play needs to be cancelled. The smokes do that. Now they've got the space. The plant is
Careful
so
here.
far away. Sonya using the stim beacon, and only then. It's still going to be close. The utility going down. 30 HP. She's gone. She's dealt with completely. The smokes will fade soon. In fact, they already have. These players don't have a choice to go back, and even if they did, they'd be going into the waiting arms of Jade. The rotation quick as can be. But unfortunately, the kills go in favor of Alliance all too quickly. That stun, even perfect. The final player has no chance to trade. Instead, damage is the name of the game, and that was a game that Alliance win at this time as well, 5-1. And that round that Ascend found so beautifully, not replicated. They're left in the dust here.
I have to say, from the games we've seen so far today, I've been really impressed with Speedoka's ability to play nigh on completely different roles. Like, you're looking at her on map 1 today, Icebox, Sage player. Basically, your goal is run in, try and get that wall down, have the plant, get into after plant positions, and slow and delay when you're on the defensive side. On the next map, she played Sky, where her role was to get information, be aggressive, take space, and in a lot of the early rounds, she was almost entry fragging and clutching out rounds for the team. Now she's playing Brimstone. Like, it really is just a complete role reversal on every single map that she plays, but just doing it to an incredibly high standard. And you've seen it even in this round, just her ability to sort of support her teammates while isolating Jules at the same time. Big part of why they're doing so well. And that's the thing, like, we'll always talk about the superstars, like your Jolina, or on the other side, you're going to be looking at the likes of Jade a lot of the time, or Samsey, but it's the players that are flexible, like she is, that holds so much value in the team. She's currently top fragger, by the way, while doing all of that.
Damn impressive. I mean, some of those duels as well. You look at that quick peek that came through from the Neon last time, the early main control. Even caught off guard. You know, Speedoka's been there time and time again. 5-1. And a round coming up for Ascend. But, well, it certainly has its promise about it. There's rifles. There's, well, right, I hadn't spotted that. That's no, I just don't think to check what weapon has Breach got. But maybe I have to pay attention to that moving forward. I am intrigued. I love this already. I'm seeing the spams. I know I've played this on attack. You're looking to spam up into heaven, looking to spam through smokes on a site, through the boxes. They've cleared the control. Now they're moving back. And Jade has been pushing this again and again. This time, though, a bit more passive after spotting. Oh, but that stun is on point. If they clear this corner, they are. It's tough to get anything done as Jade there. Luckily, the rotations have already come in. There are players close.
They've left the lurk, so they know they're not being pushed from behind, but Medica here with this
30
rolling
seconds
thunder,
left.
and now Jolina maybe hearing some steps rotating the other way, and oh no! Sansi has whiffed! It's gonna be the site almost taken for free. Jolina looking to try and get a little bit more aggressive and
Spike
delayed.
down
Nice
A.
shot at least coming through. Actually, that delayed enough
Have the
for
spike.
Medica to go down to the aftershock.
10
Even
seconds
still, though,
left.
it's become very awkward. 10 seconds. If they can kill this player planting, they could win the round, but they're not going to be able to. And the flank! What? Oh, no.
Zelene's flank game just never goes right. The 2v2, the crossfire in play. Sonya
Last
causing
player
the distraction. The
standing.
peek
One
is there.
enemy remaining.
The shots didn't land. And a wonderful round from Hated the Most. Two duels that probably shouldn't have been won, but absolutely were. And that gives a second round to ascend. Wow, I mean, the hearts have got to be beating fast at this point. And Amy, I saw you not pick up that weapon. All right, it's worth more. It's a more expensive gun. How dare you? You can spam the wall with it, the doors. You know, you can spam. So
It's
many
just
other
'cause
things.
things are more expensive. It doesn't mean they're better.
Well, you know.
Like, take a look at your belt buckle.
Okay. All right, we don't need to go there. That's a fresh wound.
You want to play? Let's play.
One day. No, Zelf thinks I got ripped off in Turkey. No, it was in Covent Garden. Why was I
It was in
there? I
Ludlow.
didn't know where I was. I was just walking around, and all of a sudden, I was paying a ridiculous amount of money for a belt. I've got one belt that was expensive but nice, and then I said, oh, I just got one extra, and then it was very expensive. I should have ran away, but I didn't. That's all. Burned on the flash comes in. Oh no! This is giving it away. I mean, the surprise factor maybe, but Medica wanted to help her teammate instead. Almost got herself killed. In fact, an orbital strike is used, and I mean, that alone makes this a disaster of an early round. You've lost a player and burned an orbital strike for essentially nothing.
They won the round, and then you still had Jade coming into this with a pistol. So I want to know how much they've actually invested into this, because clearly they have economic problems in this round, or maybe she was hoping to try and use her all. Again, though, we're just seeing these rotations. Now, all the players are going to get tagged up.
30 seconds
Gives
left.
info that they're on this side of the map, but they're all running their way back through. Spinoka looking to lead the charge once again, and she's just been phenomenal. Hated, gone. Well, a 5 versus 3, as okay, 2 even. Just
Spike
picking it one by
planted.
one, trying to turn this round back around, and instead just making things worse.
Yeah, I don't think the clock was quite low enough to justify that kind of Rambo behavior. We're left in this spot where the remaining players' best interest is probably to save these weapons. But you can also see that with how strong this economy game has been for Allinace, they want to do some damage. They can't let them just run away with it all. Now Zelene will go down, but I mean, you need to get everything on the way out, and even then, it only has the potential to be a headache for Alliance further down the line. For now, this team seems to be in a pretty good spot. Our Curry, who is about 2 meters away from a very good spot. Either way, 6-2 is fantastic for now. There's been a couple of hiccups, a couple of bumps, but I don't think Ascend have quite figured it out just yet. And then look at Jade. I mean, obviously the role that she's playing here and going so aggressive, and it's not always going to be conducive that, oh, well, if the Neon's not getting kills, the Neon's not doing their job. But this has certainly been a more difficult start to the map than you want to see for any agent.
Yeah, I think a lot of the time, especially on the defense, you're going to revolve around having some set play aggressions, and thus far those haven't really been successful. The aggression has been very well held by Alliance. They've been quite patient in the early stages of the round. They've been grouped up, making sure that there's a lot of opportunities for trades. And then they've just left Zaleen, who's been pretty decent at just at least getting a kill somewhere along the line. Again, looking to execute in towards this A site, and pretty decent chance. That's the lurk down.
They're gonna beat them back. A sprint out of Neon will actually get Jade up and into heaven before Alliance have even broken past the orb. It's a speedy retake of information, but well, accounted for now after you've seen the Haunt go up and get destroyed. Only 40 seconds left on the clock, not a ton of options. Take a look at what Breach has. Well, firstly, Breach has the spike.
Yeah.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, I was looking at this as that's the Rolling Thunder spot, but that doesn't make sense if she has the spike. Now the rest of the players are taking a site with nothing to farm, and now she has to try and cross back. That made absolutely no sense. A blip on the radar for Alliance. I'll give them the benefit of the doubt that was just a mistake, but they made that so easy for the players on this end.
Yeah, like, even if you don't catch the players on the cross, when it comes down to your Breach coming back to plant the spike, you're on a time limit, and you don't have anything to help them. They've got to just sprint out in the open. And if they go down, now you're, what, 12, 11, 10 seconds left on the clock? And you've got to sprint out in the open, grab the spike, get back to site. Whereas if your Raze has it, it's already planting when that ult goes down. Strange. Very strange. Also, like, forcing your support player out in the open, that, like, it has to have just been an oversight. I think for a second you saw a player follow them down into under. That may have been the communication on, okay, we need to transfer over, but I almost feel like we heard those steps up on the site of players starting to move towards spawn, and they thought, okay, if I don't do this Rolling Thunder now, we take 2-3 extra seconds to get this spike in the right spot, it won't catch that player. We won't get the kill on the cross. But I mean, that's not what it came down to at the end of the day. Even with that one kill, if they had have gotten Jade, obviously she managed to get a double, but if they had have gotten her, it still leaves so many problems there with the other players that had rotated into position and how long it had been. Just a strange one all around, and a mistake that, I mean, I'm not surprised to see a timeout called for either team afterwards. Definitely a moment you want to take a few breaths if you're Alliance and get yourself realigned.
I'm out of here.
Especially when it was a weaker purchase. A huge round for Ascend to be able to steal. I'm sure that they can actually play off the back of this, the flash sublime, but Samsey quick enough to get out of there.
Bring them down.
Would have been a huge weapon for them to take away, but played it safe. Now the site is going to seemingly go into the control of Alliance.
your
The
fear!
block coming through. It looks like a retake being played for. And the Nightfall's going to make sure that nobody can really re-aggress over this. The thing is, they haven't capitalized off that. And Speedoka needs a kill.
Yeah, they're checking her too. Look at that peek from Jade. Absolutely perfect.
One enemy
Answering
remaining.
the call from rounds before. Starting to look a whole lot better. Sonya not quite reaching that same clutch factor we saw in the previous series. This is a resurgence from Ascend, now well and truly in the game. With 4 rounds on the board, and while some statement rounds sprinkled throughout, this half is not yet out of their grasp.
Yeah, no, they've really started to grind things back. Now, again, Alliance were only using pistols in that round. Okay, they get a plant, they earn a few extra credits, but they did use an ult or two along the way. On the other side of things, you've got that Rolling Thunder ready and raring to go, so maybe more of an opportunity to try and play one of the sites as a retake here. It's looking like they're leaving Samsey alone to just try and be a bit more aggressive with the operator. And actually, they could have the perfect setup to deter any presence in the site.
Oh, they've not followed up on the space on either side. Those smokes, quite a test for this early control. The door swung open by that stun. With they're not going to find anything on the back of it. There's 4 players here. I mean, you got to go in and force the oh, are they going to Rolling Thunder it? Sprint into Leon right after. It looks like it is perfect to start it out, and they've got the spike now. No need to continue forward. That molly probably only serving the defenders, really, as they're just now waiting on the other side.
Oh, look, the same molly. Oh no. This is a horrible position. Stunned back online as well for Medegar. Utility. This round has been disgusting. Just catching every single player on the way back through, and Sonya hits the deck just like the rest of her team. What a read and what a round from Ascend. Not a single player lost. And now they're back up to 5. They are in this map again.
Oh, we spoke about statement rounds, but that one there, I mean, that's the cherry on top if you're Ascend. They were looking shaky, not really finding their legs to start with, but wow. They have taken it from a crawl to a sprint in a matter of seconds. A few rounds pass, and we're 1 away from being neck and neck at the halftime. The lead that Alliance built up now wavering. And look at the confidence. Jade feeling 100% on her game. The rush through with the ult in hand. Sonya's gone, being pursued. She'll escape just about. Oh, Jade's on the way. Finger guns in hand, and here we go.
Enemy remaining.
Oh, I love to see it. Hunting down the final player with precision, and we will end up 6-6. What a resurgence from this Ascend
Switching
roster.
sides.
Was she 1-7?
Yes. Yes, she was.
She's now 10-7. So, yeah, quite a resurgence from Jade, even as an individual. And you can see the confidence flowing towards the end of that one. A huge comeback from Ascend. And that's the thing, they were looking down and out. Some of the rounds they were losing, a little bit silly, but a mistake made from Alliance, a huge mistake, gave them a way back into the game, and they grabbed it with both hands. It's a strong map for them, and now going into the second half on that attacking side, we now start to have a little bit of a look at Alliance, say, has that actually like put them on a downward turn? Because they were in such a good spot until that round where they crossed without the spike.
Well, it is definitely a position that you can start to feel just starved out of it. I mean, the rounds have been tough with the way they've lost some, and now having Jade swing in with full confidence is, and we said earlier when she was 1-7 that it just didn't feel like she was having any success. They called a pause and they turned it around from that point. An impressive comeback. Set up well for this half. Now with the pistol. He gets aggression. That is a brave drop out of Curry, and paid for in blood. Flash through, Jade aggressing. The trades, not quite. The advantage no longer in their hands, and Alliance are fighting right back into it. 1 bullet in the headhunter. The shot has to be perfect, and it won't be. The numbers equalize, but the clock is on Ascend's side.
Yeah, the rest of the team too far away to trade. Okay, they've got the info, but need to clear out the remaining players. They know where Hated is, and they should have known where Samsy is, but it doesn't matter. She wins the duel anyway. And now Sonya, once again, left alone. She did it in the last pistol, but this time the time
enemy
looks like
remaining.
far too
Got to
gone.
be kidding me.
Hated well. He's gonna try and knife her towards the end. It doesn't matter. Samsy will survive and Ascend, after being quite far down in that first half, take the lead.
An unexpected turn of events. If I'm not incorrect, it was 6-1. Certainly it was 6-2. And for them to make that comeback, follow through with the pistol here, it's got to be soul crushing for Alliance. One of the harder positions to play in those games where you feel like you're just being shut down. And a player who has had a decent early game, Zelene. What I mean by that isn't the kills found. It's not, oh, the first 5 rounds, the scoreboard was looking good. But some of the positions, some of the lurk timings have been on point for Zelene. And then for a combination of missed shots sometimes, and it seems to be just like a sixth sense almost from times. I mean, like Hated on that spin
Right here.
in towards the spawn. Zelene's been having a tough game. and we swap over to this side here, we need to see that change because the flanks didn't work out. But now, defensive side, we're going to see a lot of heads-up duels. Something like this. The rush in. Quick play. Jade has to clear the corner, and just like that, it falls apart. The lead,
What?
only for a moment with a flawless Thrifty. What have I just witnessed?
Like, don't get me wrong, I saw the stack and I was thinking maybe they get a couple of kills, but what have we just seen? Like, not a single kill going through on the other side, a huge boost to the economy, and now Ascend have got to almost feel as silly as their opponents did just a few rounds ago. Not really going to be able to invest much into this one, just on the hope that they can do a little bit of damage picking up the pistols. But yeah, that's absurd.
Well, Soul crushing. That Soul's just being returned to Alliance's body. They've come back looking more alive than ever. Ascend 7-7. They won't count themselves out. They won't be down in the dumps, but that hurts losing a round like that. Now, the information game being played once again. Lots of players A, lots of noise made. They rotate back. They make the noise B. They rotate back. And Alliance are now on their way back to the A site because so too are Ascend. The double, triple, quadruple rotations back and forth we go. Like Newton's cradle. I don't know where we're going to end up, but it has to stop at some point. Which is not the point of Newton's cradle, but still. Someone always touches it or the building falls down. I don't know.
Just absolute waffle.
No, I mean Newton's cradle technically in a vacuum. But it would never fell, right? But it does. The world.
Looking a little bit more stable for Alliance when
player
it comes to
standing.
their battle versus pistols. Nice shot from Medica though. Flash does some decent damage, but it will be Jolina to close her out with an aid. Alliance reclaim their lead, but this is where you kind of expect the Ascend to rise back up to the plate. Of course, financially, Alliance should be in a great spot. Having all of those weapons retrieved for free just around the go, all that extra cash they had saved should be invested back into this round.
I mean, this is a hard situation to pin. I think for both teams, they're in that limbo right now. This start is yet to be decided. Pistol, insane return from Alliance, but ultimately we end up on equal footing. The score slightly in favor of the team that otherwise had a dominant lead up until now. That lead may once again become dominant. What? Celine coming out of the scope. And then I think there was like a quick scope to take them down. Oh, wow. Still, it's only the 1-for-1, and that's not what Alliance wanted with Celine down. This entire B site is basically wide open. You know, the smokes are blocking out the only remaining defender. The flank, well, it's been spotted.
Ramsey. Pretty decent position, but they're all coming in from that exact spot. That flank in behind, hated aggression. And that will be Speedoka down. Already being denied by that extra utility, even taking damage from the aftershock, doing a little bit of
One
chip.
enemy remaining.
While Samzi eventually comes back around with that triple kill. A good resurgence from Ascend, not letting the mistakes of old dictate what goes into these future rounds. And for Alliance, they spent a lot of that extra cash. Don't have any ults. I'll be curious to see how much they're actually able to invest in, because I think there are a few players with some credits remaining, and there are. It's still not going to be pretty, Mitch.
Yeah, I mean, the thing for Ascend was they were up against the ropes in that last round. If they lost, their economy was in the bin. But for Alliance, they can scrape together this buy, like you're saying. It's definitely not pretty. There's definitely some weaknesses, but at the end of the day, they can still put up a fight here and now. Go for a north side play. The ult and all the utility, though, confirmed that this was this outside B, and they're just locked out of the site. Jade's already up and above.
Trap
Timing
destroyed.
hasn't been expected, but she won't quite catch them. They're gone down under, looking for control, and well, she has come behind them completely, catching them off guard. Still, Celine chooses this round to step it up. 2 kills left on 30 HP, but a thorn in the side that has to now be accounted for as the rest of the team pushes the site. Hated is a little bit distracted, looking behind, but will secure the kill.
Last player standing.
Oh, yo,
enemy
she actually gets
remaining.
caught. It looked like it was a free kill, but because of that one haunt, Amy is not falling for the trickery. Knows the time's on her side, knows that it has to be stuck by Sonya at this stage, and is going to be able to clutch it out. A little bit close for comfort for Ascend in the end, but Amy has done the job, and I believe now, Mitch, that will be all of that extra economy gone. A nice attempt for Alliance, but chances are, unless they can pull off another eco miracle, there is going to be some problems when it comes to them, well, basically going down a couple.
Yep, that deficit in rounds should be locked in. The lead to extend into Ascend's control. Unless something crazy happens, and that was almost it. Jolene with an idea, but it's shut down. Just too many players waiting on the other
Last
side.
player standing.
Duels not going their way predictably. The Sheriffs, well, they're stripped of any command this time around. Celine, player with the big gun. Only 3 bullets remain, and locked out by smokes. This one's not looking great.
10 rounds on the board now. Ascend also keeping these last couple of rounds at least relatively clean, are also going to start building up some economy of their own. You can see Alliance are going to take this moment just to pull through a pause. It does seem, though, that once the buys are online, Ascend have just been the better team. Like, a slow start for Jade, making at least some early difference to how Alliance were able to play, but once she stepped up, once the rest of the squad got rolling, they've been very, very difficult to stop.
Yeah, it's very much a difference of sides as well. Now, I feel like we start to see Jade on her better side, where you have all of this supportive utility between your Brimstone smokes, but then having both your Breach and a KO to provide you that room on the way through, to provide those flashes, those stuns, to get you into ridiculous positions like in the previous round, up in B Heaven, and behind them down below in a matter of seconds. If you're able to do that, you know, she turns from a player who's picking, like, I'm going to go dish this round, and a lot of the time they're not dish, and then you're relying on the flank, and the flank timings in this game have been very strange. But this time around, it feels like now she's found that comfort zone, and towards the end of the previous half, had warmed up coming into it. So you're coming into this side with confidence, and right now, it feels like everything that she's throwing out is hitting.
Plenty of ults available for either side. Which are most impactful? That's the way it's easily has basically spotted the entirety of the enemy roster. Is actually going to try and get aggressive, and she's not going to get anything for it. Even with the majority stunned up, it's just not going to be too beneficial. And even the spam coming through from the overdrive, doing enough damage that they might even have to consider just falling back.
I think you're right. Another smoke has gone down. At this point, Celine maybe even thinking of that rotation. That was the idea of Hated being here. I don't know how, but she still managed to get a kill. Even still, they've spotted it out. They've traded it out. And the Alliance have given up the control that Ascend have noticed. A site completely open for the taking. What a crushing
Spike
way it would
planted.
be to lose this, ahead by so much. Your map coming up next, and that resurgence in the previous half, pistol round win. It was looking bad. They bounced back in an incredible way, but since then it has been flat on this defensive side. And with these rifles in playtime, I'm not even sure that they should go for this. There's 4 players on the other side, rolling thunder in the works. If they don't get a kill in the next couple seconds with how low that clock is, they need to go and, yeah, just go and save the weapons.
the early battle not really going their way. A gamble of an ult or two thrown in as well. It's looking bleak. Like as said, over the last few rounds, there's not really been much to write home about. And Ascend have looked fantastic. Like, it has to be said. Like, we've seen the resurgence of pretty much every single one of their players. Hated now leads the board and has just been sublime in a lot of the late round scenarios. And only needing 2 rounds to close this out. And the purchase just not really being great again. I almost want to see, like, them try and do something a little bit more audacious off the back of Jolina's ult. Or maybe even use that orbital strike a bit more proactively. But now, though, there's actually a lot of pressure being put across the entirety of the map. Sonya pushing all the way deep into A, and just look how patient Ascend are being. Even though both sides of the map have been pushed, they're just patiently waiting.
They found my trap.
Well, Alliance have got everything towards the north side. And they're rotating to A heavy. Meeting the attackers here. The timing could be terrible. Jolina still having that showstopper, but it catches nothing. Jade leading the charge, created enough space. Ah, but then she moved up into the nade. Oh, it was coming her way, but in fact it was up above. Oh, what a disaster. Rolling Thunder flashed through. Space taken. No one to follow up on just yet. Sonya will be caught. At least the advantage to play with. And here's the thing.
Down A.
Okay, I thought that was going to be a post plan, but it's come in right here and now.
I have the spike.
30 seconds left.
Go back in and make sure they get that plant down. Another kill coming through. Hated down, and Samsy stuck within the site. They know exactly where she is. Still manages to take one with her. Amy up close. Here's the reload. And looks to try and react on it, but Jolina has her teammate covered. It will be a 9th on the board for Alliance. Bit of a shaky round at times, and maybe questioning whether or not they actually bring the operator into this next round. They will. The question is I assume it's going to be Zerline. Yeah.
Yeah, look, 2 behind. Still plenty of cash, though, for Ascend. This is the threat from how they built up those first couple of rounds. Something we saw Alliance have in that first half was a deep bankroll, but it didn't help them when it came to streaking together those last couple of rounds over on their own attack. For Ascend, they also committed a decent amount. I mean, they even used an orbital strike as if it was a smoke at one point, because they were out of smokes, I guess, just committing everything to it, losing out on the round, and now able to reset at least a bit. The utility early gets them completely out on A. I like the smokes up top. They're waiting for someone to drop out, waiting for a mistake to be made, and when that doesn't happen, the plant comes through.
Not a lot to retake with. No ults online, so I don't think this was the initial plan. To be able to clear this close angle, just throwing so much utility into it. The anti-flash was played, and somehow, I was going to say Jade survived. Far longer than maybe she should have done. Samsy, she was guarding her teammate. The shot whiffed, but she switches back. An insane couple of shots from her, and even now, Sinoka trying to crash her through this smoke is going to garner nothing. 12 rounds now for Ascend. 1 away from taking map 1.
Point.
And I don't think much stands in their way at this stage. The second half has been all Ascend, and a few blips here and there to give Alliance some hope.
I think it has to be said, coming into this, Samsy's had a much better game than Zerline. I don't know that it's even necessarily head-to-head, but Zerline's been struggling. Some of these duels that are going down, even that last one, the missed shot out of Samsy, the swap to the headhunter, and still the 3 body shots to finish the player off. There's a little the aggression, stun, doubling up. Jolina trying to provide a bit of support, and even with a kill, as well. So much more needed. They just keep on coming. 3 kills for Jolina. Damage done, and maybe the round that Alliance needed to stay alive comes on the back of a sheriff.
You can go the way round.
Oh my.
That's the thing. A decent opportunity for her to get into an afterplan. Of course, this does mean a lot of upgrades in terms of weaponry. That was one of the main issues was
Spike planted.
for this Alliance side. Need a pretty big mistake for them to let this one slip.
Oh, good position.
Bye,
One
monsieur.
tagged up heavy. One
enemy
and
remaining.
up close. The other has already been eliminated. A sliver of health left on Curry. This fight is everything. It's
Oh!
just about 5 health to 145. Not enough to kill. They will hold on at least one more round on the Alliance side. Ascend so close to taking it in a round that already looked done.
An incredibly nice attempt from Jade. Like, the fact that it got to the point where she basically should have won it is a testament to how well she read that situation and managed to adapt. On the other side, though, you have to give credits where it's due. Jolina was just nuts. Sheriff shots, connecting, doing so much damage on even the remaining players, and, well, basically keeping her team in it at this stage. Still, the purchase isn't going to be great for them, and I think, again, the pace is just going to be picked up by Ascend. Looking for a little bit of early control in towards Tree, but not going to find too much.
They're watching and waiting for this further aggression out of Alliance. I mean, leaving north side completely open and then just sitting B main. It's an interesting take because as soon as they start to show this control, you expect these A main players to move forward. Now they've gotten a kill already. Samsi. Did Samsi get caught by that afterwards, or was that? I think that was a teammate, right? Either way, they're retaking this control, and you can see Alliance have just given it up instantly.
50 seconds left. Hated lurking on one side, the rest of the team looking to try and build on the other. It doesn't look like it's going to be just a patient hold, though, from the defense. Already looking for that little bit of extra information. Timing on this peak could be everything. Although the trap's going to give it away. Even still, Medical wins the fight. And, well, they're ready for Zaylene's swing. The advantage quickly diminished to a disadvantage in this retake. And, well, they don't have much to play back in with either.
There, take them!
Well, everything's going to be committed from Alliance, but not in the right spot. Samsi left unstunned. Showstopper yet to find a
player
target.
standing.
Medica located, but even with the trade afterwards, it's not enough. Sonya has to cross this operator. A second player in position as well, and the tour de force is what
Attackers
closes this
win.
one out.
It has been a
13
pleasure,
to
my
10 in the
friends.
end.
Au revoir.
And Ascend are taking the map to start this one out. Based on what we saw, though, Tom, this was a necessary victory. If we're going to believe in pushing all the way to a map 3 of Pearl, Fracture had to go Ascend's way, because we know from just a few, like, not even hours ago, less than an hour ago, that Alliance are pretty good at bind.
Yeah, at the same time, though, I do feel like Ascend are a different beast. Like, this was a close map, but realistically, the last time out, they 13-0'd them. So I'm feeling pretty confident in the ability of Ascend to at least compete much more than what we saw from FireFlux. And honestly, some of the slip-ups and mistakes, some of the opportunities that were there for Alliance, they could have taken this map. And especially after the first half start, it was only really a few errors that stopped that being a dominant half and maybe this map going their way.
Well, they found a win to start out the day, but now Alliance are against the ropes themselves, facing elimination. Let's see if they can hold on after the break. Hello, hello, and welcome back. Bind about to go live in front of our faces, and we've got Ascend and Alliance. Hopefully, we've also got Tom. How you doing, brother?
I don't know. I'm not. I don't feel like I'm doing well just because I just witnessed a VTuber version of Yinsu eating corn, which is.
I see. It has got the juice, though.
Yeah, so I have heard that. But like, that's not a sentence I ever thought I'd utter. But anyway, we're going to be getting into bind. Now, Mitch, you had the utmost confidence that this was going to look pretty good for Alliance.
Mm-hmm.
After that first map, you still there? You still feeling it?
Of course, yeah. I mean, Bind's always been a good Alliance map, so we got to think, especially after the performance here today. First map being decently close as well. Sure. But, I don't know, man. It really depends on the first couple of rounds. If Ascend get off to a flying start here, and we start to see a crushed Alliance, and it's going to be very hard to keep that belief and keep that faith strong.
Yeah, it's one we've seen slight composition changes since a couple of months ago, where you've actually had Medica move over to actually playing that Sage, which I don't necessarily mind. I think she's actually running Breach on this map, which definitely isn't the most common thing, but her Breach on the last map was pretty impressive, so I can understand the logic behind it. Definitely some similarities within the comps, but I think that's the major difference, is just not having yourself that second initiator. You got more ability to delay and lock off angles, but you aren't able to find the information as easy. And damn, everybody's just running straight down in towards B-Long, and hey, Jolina will take that, I guess.
Yeah, this is a round that we've seen before. Obviously, well, in fact, exactly what we'd seen before from Alliance. Having their fade towards bathroom, having a late lurk potentially around mid, and that obviously opens up the ability for them late round to make this rotation happen. And with the opening duels going their way on B, they're confident those players would be well and truly on the rotate, especially if they haven't pushed down a mid. That's the thing. Nobody there, you know, at that point you're free to take the site. The plant will come through. Pistols, crossfire. I mean, this is fantastic. If you play off the contact of your brim, that probably shouldn't have gotten as much as it did already in this round. Now under a tiny bit of threat.
Last player standing.
Timing here going to be everything. Pre-fire from Jade. It's going to be able to open up onto one. With Jolina so desperately low, there is actually a chance for this crossfire. I was going to say it should be impossible to break, but the fact she even manages to get a shot off on Sonya is a little ridiculous, but hey, it all ended fine.
All's well that ends well. That's what they say. And the pistol this time has ended well and truly in Alliance's favor. They've got the first under their belt. Now we'll see what else they can cook up. I mean, the second should be an easy follow-up, but even thinking back to that last pistol that we saw,
Where are they?
recall that Alliance came through after losing it and thriftied flawlessly in the second half of Fracture. We don't want to see the same thing happen here. Instead, make that push down middle. Already, Jolene's going to be forced out of her early spot. And that leaves Bidoka alone. Good initial fight, but 47 HP. She's the only one that can heal, so she's going to be staying up on, or staying down low on that health for the rest of the round.
Nades are going to trade places. The slow might make things a little awkward, but no, it's not quite going to reach. Try to wrap back around, but this is being watched by of Alliance and to allow for any shenanigans to come through. At least you'd expect. They are actually making this one a little bit more costly. Maybe Alliance would have liked, but eventually Jolina's there to clean up the mess. It will be 2-0 in favor of Alliance. But this is where, Mitch, it should get a little tougher.
Well, this is where it should get interesting as well. I mean, that previous round, really just some housekeeping for Alliance. A couple of impactful kills that are going to cause weaknesses here, but ultimately, when you're coming in with 3 rifles, it can't really go that much awry. You're good for most of your fights. And of course, one of your players has a headhunter to work with. So line up a ghost as well. This round should be interesting. I mean, for Ascend, I understand why they're playing so passive towards A. I mean, just look at the push coming in on B. The early control of 2 players swung out wide on long.
Oh!
What?
Oh, get out of here. Oh, you've got to be great.
Can't believe it.
He's gonna drop another. This is not the start to the buy round that Ascend would have wanted. Now, they had a slow start on the previous map, but this almost feels that little bit different. It's the manner of some of these opening duels, the aggression that they're attempting is failing miserably, and okay, they've at least got a rotation in to try and support, but Jade needs to do something impressive.
Oh, man. Now look for Ascend right now. This is the nightmare scenario. Sure, they're keeping control over Hookah. One player coming down towards mid. This could be great. At least catching a player off, but that's not a player with a rifle. Just a headhunter coming through. And sure, that player's dropped. It's information for nothing. I mean, they already knew that there's players towards Hookah. Now at least confirming 2 of them there, and it's only the one towards spawn that's currently, I guess, unaccounted for. Potentially good drop, good kill for Jade. Now they're looking elsewhere as Amy comes out, but she'll be caught and dealt with. And a very clean close to the round. I think those trades is falling like dominoes over on the Ascend side, leaving us 3-0. This round should not have been Alliance's to start with, but we can understand they come in with 3 rifles. That's the benefit it gives you. Also,
Yeah, for sure.
Tom, real quick, we also have Misty and Connor Ball in chat. What's up, guys? How you doing? Give a shout out. Love you guys. Misty, and actually, I saw Mystic earlier. Mystic, where was the picture? Huh? Me and you got a picture with Viper. Where's it at? Never gonna get to see that.
Good.
And stars though. Oh my God. What's up? What's up, everyone? Hi. Sorry, I'm just fangirling a little bit.
Yeah, can you stop? Yeah, I was about to say, can you stop pandering?
No.
Get back to doing your job.
This is my stream. I'll do what I want. It's Tom's stream too, but Tom chose to be here with me. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Gamble stack is not paid off for Ascend. Every single player looking to try and retake here. Again, it's not even down to holding players in on the exits because they're already coming in from one angle, so just hoping to try and find some space. Jade already gone. Maybe the chance to
one enemy remaining.
Overwhelm, but it's probably going to be the singular kill. Heneker gets nothing on the other end. 4-0 economy for Alliance is absolutely flying. And well, now there needs to be a response. You can't allow this to go much further if you're on that Ascend side.
Yeah, look, that previous round being, at least going into it, something that shouldn't be too interesting. This one right here, though, it's where the heart starts to beat. We saw Alliance get a good start to the previous map and then not be able to close it out for Ascend. You know, they're not down and out just yet. I want to see Samsi, though. Operator in hand. And no chance to get an early duel. Look at that. Site completely open. Flash has gone down and nobody was caught by it. At this point, if you're Ascend, you're starting to feel pretty good about your 3 stack on the A site, but they're quite far back, Tom. You know, these smokes going down could cause a problem for them, but with them being smoked out of bathroom, it wouldn't be a great idea to burn up your non-refreshing smokes to potentially have to blitz out of a smoke yourself. Instead, they'll look elsewhere, try to open up space. Look at the amount of information they just got. They know they can just deep smoke on site, pop seekers for security, and they should be able to get towards planting.
Not a whole lot available to deny on the other side. Just a blind shot straight through the smoke from Jolina as well. A freebie kill, and she's just decimating in fine form. When it comes to these entries, barely any damage done on the other side either. And you almost have to question if it's worth attempting to get back in. He don't want to face off against Jolina at this point. 3 kills into the site, looking for a little more. Finally, Samsi will put her in the grave, but the damage is done.
Away with you.
This is tough. Headhunter down to just the 1 shot. Not enough to keep her alive. We said we needed to see something from Samsi there. We wanted to. 0 kills coming into it. Hadn't had a chance in this half, really. And that operator in her hands could have been everything, but they went to the exact other side of the map. Completely avoided her. And that showstopper coming through. Just great predictive play as well. The fact that they've seen so much space seekers go out. You're willing to blitz up there into your smoke and just fire it through, knowing there should be someone in that corner at least tagged up. Your teammate could maybe finish them off. Gorgeous stuff. With a 5-0 lead, this is again where Ascend will get a little bit worried. A timeout called, but you know, its effects on the coming round are essentially limited from the get-go. I don't think they're going to be throwing all their credits at this one. And even if they did, it's not like they've got a ton to spare. This is probably an eco round, and on defensive side, there's a couple things that they could try to get their advantages, but for the most part, without Alliance making a big mistake or crazy play from Ascend, you don't want to see an orbital strike being used. You don't want to see too much commitment. This should just be one where they, again, perform pretty flatly, and Alliance get to extend the lead even further.
Oh. Couple of stingers, pistols against full rifles on the other side. Orbital strike available, but I don't really expect to be used. Samsung, though, is going to be able to get the tour de force. That's a pretty big boost to what was ultimately a weak purchase. Something to play with, but it was spotted over on that B side of the map. So you're going to see an initial fallback. Now, we haven't seen the best out of those Sage Walls yet. And a lot of that comes down to just the information being planted on the other side. Orbital strike will actually be thrown in, though. The defense actually really trying to win this one, even committing those ults for very little in return.
Such a strange round for it. They really believe in their low buys to start it off like that again. You know, if you start to gain the advantage, I can get it. A lot of these players just avoided that ult. This could be huge with them running in to a stack. I mean, for Ascend, this is what you're hoping for. Good information towards B. 4 players stacked up on A. Doesn't look like they'll be able to deny the plant, though. And now, with range coming into it, with these players starting to fall back, you need some kills to come through. And that tour de force not yet fired a shot. And remains chambered for now, and maybe they will all. Just a bullet ringing out, no target intended and none found. Hated the final player with 3 to take down, and Curry has had the round of her life. Beautiful stuff versus the eco, but an important kill in shutting down that tour de force.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It has just been player after player pulling off these sort of rounds for Alliance. Jolina currently 12-1 on the scoreboard. Absolutely pounding, and a lot of the time coming in on that entry role as well. So blast packing into the site and managing to still put this many on the board.
Raise, give him
Just
hell.
absurd stuff, and there really hasn't been that same sort of hero player on the other side of things. Nonetheless, still this aggressive stance. Again, with this single initiator, you kind of lock down part of the map. You've got the Sage doing that. And then the rest has to be based off aggression, and just don't peek her at this point.
There.
Don't look anywhere near. You're going to lose your head.
Really is a bit of a life game. Starting this out, and again, Jolina she'll finally fall at the hands of Hated, and a double kill. But it's not that promising with the spike moving elsewhere. It'll be going down on the A side, an attempted denial of the res. Celine's really not had the best of series. This time, at least, majority of the time she's playing information on the A site. That's the reason they're able to get themselves in here. That late work that's been coming through, albeit not for kills, but its impact is found elsewhere.
The thing is, they need to move. Again, orbital strike available for that attacking side. They've done a lot in this round thus far, but if they can't clear out that brim, even the molly just going to buy so much extra time. And it's taken them a while, even having this set up in a crossfire. Hated might be able to buy it, though. Getting that kill makes so much of a difference. They know exactly where the last player is remaining. Shots connected, and eventually Samsi will put her down. But just about going to have enough time. You almost wonder if that orbital strike should have just been thrown out, but obviously it's easy to say in hindsight. I feel like Alliance might feel a little foolish after that round.
Oh, that really, really hurts. I think as a round, to give them that little bit of space, 6-1, yeah, it's still a massive lead, but knowing if the gun was out instead, if the orbital strike was popped, there's so many little variables in a 1-second defuse in a round like that. Like a fantastic return by Hayden. Utterly unbelievable what she was able to pull off in that round, a highlight reel of its own. And on the back of it, the first round is found. Perhaps another hero is needed, and it's not Samsey. In fact, Amy on the other side starting it out. Jolina's down. They're gonna be stuck here for a moment, feet in the mud, nowhere to go. But at least there was nothing there to follow through. No nade making its way in on account of that initial kill.
We saw this last map. Really solid initial start for Alliance, and then maybe a slight slip up, which ended up costing them. Definitely wasn't from the same deficit, but we know that Ascent have that same sort of resilience to flash. Not great, at least it blinded her teammate, but also blinded the opposition. Hated.
One enemy remaining.
Putting another couple in the dirt, and Jade is alongside him. While this round is over. The showstopper straight through the smoke. A big one for Ascend to win. And again, they start the climb.
That's again, I'm starting to understand where Hated got her name from. It's been an absolutely unreal set of rounds coming out of her and Alliance calling for the pause. Again, no surprise really with how things have gone. If you're Ascend, sure, you've only got 2 rounds, but they have been some massive momentum builders, and getting those back to back, I mean, maybe starts to put Alliance in a bit of a spot where they can worry slightly about their economy, or at least start to. This round we'll still see the full buy coming in, but I'm not sure where they're left after this. I think they must be scraping the barrel in terms of their credits. They're getting fairly close. Certainly ulti cycled out, an orbital strike remaining, but well, that had its moment to shine. They'll have to find another.
Yeah, I think the pause here, though, from Alliance is a good one. Like, this has already happened once, where you had a round that probably should have been yours, you let it slip away, and then the half goes out of control. Instead, they've taken the pause a little bit earlier. They're still going to have a purchase for this. In fact, maybe even in the next round, depending on how things go. And you've already had Jolina having an incredible half, and the rest of the team alongside with her, so I don't think it's too much to be worried about just yet. It looks like, though, we're going to get some early aggression out from the side of Ascend. Really looking to try and pressure a pincer through. This failed miserably last time, and it has failed miserably again. An attempt to aggressively push down B long for the second time, and the same results.
Probably something they look to learn from this point. I understand running it a second time, but that certainly hasn't worked out. Samsey, these opponents, they're so low. Jolina again delivering the killing blow, and it's Hated leaving this operator to fight back, and the HP not really mattering up against that off. 4 kills for Jolina. Showstopper online, that's for damn sure. 18, I'm sorry. 18-3. The next player has had 2 of the most ridiculous rounds back to back, and is still only half of Jolina's score right now. Granted, to be 9-8 at 7-2 down is just pretty nuts.
That was the thing. Like, one of the reasons she was trialed as a player was because she dropped 45 kills, 12 deaths in a loss.
Yeah,
she was someone who was genuinely pulling out god tier numbers, even in the sort of early stages of these tournaments. And it's one thing doing it there, it's another thing coming up against a squad like Ascend and doing it all over again. But that's the thing. A real talent within Game Changers is finally seeing the light of some of those top tier matches. And by the looks of it, they're going to need her to carry it on, because okay, some of the other players have been good, but she has been the difference maker so far in this map.
Dempsey being tough with the off this time, rifle in hand, dodging the flash, not falling for the fake, and 3 kills in this round. A massive step up, and they're not expecting another player there. But range. It's not quite what it used to be. It's not quite what it could be. The Vandals win it out. Jade and Amy bringing a 3rd round into the hands of Ascend. Again, this half is not out of reach. It's not lost. Well, I mean, it is lost technically, but they can hit 5 rounds, and it's not all hope that's lost at that point.
I was about to say, you should not be the guy on the front line giving inspirational speeches.
Guys, we can
It
still
is
win
not
this,
lost,
well, we can.
but it kind of is.
We may have lost, but it's not lost. Well, I guess it is, but we can do better than now. Look, if they end up with 5, though, it's not a disaster. It's not the end of the world. That's a damn sight
You
better
want
than
to
it was
play?
looking like
Let's
it would be.
play.
They've made these comebacks happen already and looking to make history repeat itself.
Some of the early information denied. Was that, again, the thing with this comp being run by Alliance is just having those double initiators to clear so many of these close angles. A lot of the surprises that other teams might face.
I've got your trail.
That would be the case. Kind of expect maybe a switch up here after finding out this much information in towards the snipe. The thing is, that nade from Jade is perfect. It's gonna do so much damage, but she goes sprinting through. Still manages to take the head off another. Trade's though not bad, even still it's not enough. 4th round on the board, a lot of it off the back of Jade.
Last round
and again,
before the
Amy.
switch.
And as you mentioned, 5 rounds from 6-0 down, that's pretty good.
Damage done on the way in, but that nade just landing beside the ear of Jolena after the showstopper is popped. Just perfect timing and a great read all around. Every step of that play, Sandward either ready for or too far away to be caught off. 1 round left to play for, and it looks like Ascend might have it in them. But the ults close to even. Are the tour de force in play on Ascend's side? Oh, that's an unlucky start. The wall going up. The Prowler not going to grab anything.
Clearing out and isolating the battle. Wonderful work from Alliance. Just using their utility to force back one, killing off the other. No opportunity for a trade.
And it's the instant blast pack to get out of there, knowing the slow orb is down. The orbital strike came in just a second later. And if that timing hadn't have been as quick as it was, that slow orb would have done a lot more to stop her from being able to get out. At least in time to with pretty much all of her HP. Alliance well and truly ahead in this round. The orbital strike gone from the defense, but the stack is towards this A site, and Alliance are walking right into it with 30 seconds left. They don't have a choice. They move anywhere else.
Oh, they have one on the way through the cross. Samsy though going to be tough to break, and the flash again from Hated is sublime. The shots, however, not so much.
Last player
Chance
standing.
for her to end this round. Instead, it's all falling apart.
remaining.
And now onto Medica. She's going to turn it back. Down to the 1v1. She knows she's not planted at this stage. Just has to try and hide behind the box and will just about survive. It is not pretty. It is not necessarily
Switching
precise. But it is a 5th on the board for Ascend.
I see 4 seconds on the clock, and Medica swings out wide. My heart skipped 4 beats. I didn't know what to think. The tuck in the end, it gets it across the line. Just 2 behind, and look at that timeline. This has been the story of the previous map. Ascend were slow to start. They were looking down and out. 6-2 deficit, and they bring it back to equal numbers. Here, the only thing separating that from reality was just the way the economy unfolded. We've ended up with Alliance. I mean, sure, they won the half, but I guarantee from the player's perspective, it does not feel like they won that half. Recency bias leaning to Ascend. This pistol could bridge the gap completely. We'll see how it plays out with Ascend focusing on the C site, but it is rare to see a 4-player B-long stack in a pistol. We may just be about to see why. The late push down timing is going to be so important because on A, you have a player on their own, completely unable to be helped.
Yeah, she almost has to try and take some slightly more aggressive positioning. Just looking to try and hold on to those rotational angles.
Spike planted.
All gonna go down though. And the thing is, the amount of time it's taken them to get in on this flank, it's not really gonna have the impact that they were hoping for, because it's being watched.
Well, Sonya's done well to find Samsi. Damage done though. Look at how low so many of these Alliance players are. And if this fight towards spawn goes the way of Ascend, yeah, they can start to flip this over completely. Now entirely
One
focused
enemy
on the
remaining.
mid-fight. The flash through is good because it allows Jade to come in, find another double, refresh the nade, and lob it through to confirm the round. The teammate didn't first. 7-6. And another fantastic display coming out of this Ascend team with that pistol under their belt, short of another crazy Thrifty. You should be looking at this scoreline equalized.
Yeah, and from 6-0 down, again, it just seems like Alliance have such solid starts to the map, and then it just dwindles. I don't know if they slow down, or it just maybe, I guess, Jolina stops killing everyone. Again, I don't mind the strategy of the last round. It just seemed to be a little bit too slow, and this time they've picked up the pace quite a bit.
I think this is a bit of an interesting one. Amy to have a firing squad in front of her, the shooting gallery. There's a few more participants. Ascend trying desperately to defend that rifle. They will do just that, and the player who came in with the pistol now recovers it. Economically, that's not the worst. We need to see something else to come through from Alliance if there's to be a silver lining in this round, and even then there's another player with a pistol. So economy damage is going to be very tough to do.
Yeah, it's the same sort of strat that we see coming out from FPX. They were the brains behind that
Spike
strat. And the
planted.
reason it works so well is as long as you can get away with 3 players alive, you don't really lose anything. A couple of thousand credits, something that can easily be repurchased, and then you can play some really strong bonus rounds with rifles. Either way, have an attempt to try and make this costly. Hated is always just in a corner with a flash. Every single time. Doesn't even necessarily want to peek or get aggressive or do much. But just wants to be in irritation, it seems. And, well, that scoreline is
Enemy
looking
remaining.
definitively
Had to die.
equalized with Samsi even getting an extra couple of kills to close.
Help towards grabbing that ultimate to close out. Now look, at 7-7, it's not like Alliance have to step it up here because of the score or anything like that, but they have lost just a ridiculous amount of rounds. I mean, just look at the timeline. 7-1 essentially in recent memory. Like, since Ascend have picked up one round, they just haven't stopped. If they pick up this first buy round, that will have brought them from a massive deficit into a convincing lead. Again, the Alliance putting all their economy on the line right here and now. And a strange approach to not have anybody controlling hookah. They've at least got the trap there, but with it being destroyed so early on, that immediately drags another rotation towards this side. And yeah, Sand are going to put some utility in, but they're not looking to push it just yet. They've still got double lurks towards the A side. This is still a default. Alliance are on the back foot of the info game.
Sonya, though, might be about to reclaim some of that. Samsi going down, that's the lurk. Corp pushing back in the other direction and will likely keep another couple of players here, even throwing a smoke forward, though. They didn't even realize he just jumped out of hookah, but luckily they're not going to be able to find that kill. Hated, though, again, looking to wrap back through with the flash and turns this into an equal scenario.
TPs, it's been heard, it's been read, and they'll keep 2 players on the A side. I think Ascend had hoped these rotations had come through much sooner, but after that initial
30
kill.
seconds left.
Kept
Spike
players
down
in this
A.
position. Still,
Last
Sonya's gone
player
down.
standing.
The spike not planted and dropped now on
I
the
got the
floor.
spike.
Hated has to do it all with 20 seconds left. And look at the players now grouped up. Smoke fading gives something away. At least now Hated knowing where both are. Sprint being up close.
Bingo.
Not quite part of the plan, nor was that spray, but well, run and pray. 8-7.
I think opportunities. I think the main one was just Jade making her way out of hookah. Definitely a chance that could have gone back in the other direction, but ultimately a decent hold in the end. And I like the fact that just being able to hold that aggressive spot over towards B main basically was enough for them to close that one out. 8-7 though, and there's still going to be a buy and some weaker weaponry still on the side of Alliance. So not out of the woods just yet. And Jade is just going in, trying to almost bunny hop spray her opponent.
Spike down A.
It's a bold strategy. I'll say that. It has not paid off. And well, lucky that TP was within the range. Unfortunately, that is the spike gone through. And with no control, can't really just start rotating right now. If those doors open, you don't know what's waiting on the other side. Hated's gonna have to rotate around, possibly even pop the Tiger for the information. Yeah, this is quite costly off the back of the C's. It's changing the entire like 30 seconds of Ascend's gameplay being controlled like that, but they'll try to use it to their advantage coming late to A. The problem is there's plenty of players here, 2 towards lamps and 1 jump spotting, and they might not expect them to have players close. Almost caught with a smoke out, and Curry again on the running sprays. I don't know how she does it, but that is a clean close to the round.
Helped by a triple. Gonna be a timeout taken now by Ascend. Not a bad time to put one through. I think before the game gets truly out of control. And again, we've already seen them having just the sheer resilience to swing back these halves that have looked so dominant in the favor of Alliance. Again, though, with just how good some of their players have been, you almost expect them to take it over the line. The only worry I really have for Alliance is it does truly seem that if Jolina slows down, they probably lose. Like, it's actually nuts, the level of performance she's putting in as an individual. And Ascend, well, maybe hoping to try and find a way to shut her down.
That's the thing. You know, we've seen some elements of Alliance as well. And you know, I hate to repeat it so much, but Zelene's really had a tough time compared to what we've seen even today from her. Definitely being shut down a lot more in some of these duels, those lurk plays. And some of that just came down to timing, but it seems like it's carried through map after map, half after half. But Jolina certainly just playing a different game altogether. I mean, her level is 23-8. In this close of a game, this high stakes of a game as well. It's remarkable having played out the attack side. It's been good to watch so far. 1:25 on the clock, and we are 2 rounds behind on the side of the 10. We're looking to close this out. But Alliance,
One enemy remaining.
you don't want to let it go.
Spike down B.
Speedoka with the triple, and the Bulldogs for Alliance. They pay off massively. The Pistols not able to deal with it, especially not when they're blinded up like that.
Samsy's always been pretty good with the pistol, but not this time. Speedoka ult online, 4 kills in the round, and they are starting to see those stars of Alliance coming back to the board. This will be it, though. Samsy's actually going to invest into an operator, so clearly feeling that denying some of that early aggression will be the more important part. While the other side, Zelina's got one in as well. Still not really having much of a performance, but with the rest of the stars on that side really going strong. taking the angle, and actually, she's going to take the first blood as well.
Of course, Jade is thinking like my boombot's gone past me and tagged someone inside of Hookah, but they'd managed to sneak around it perfectly. Samsi trading it back at least. Here comes a flash as Aline's off the angle. Again, a lot of these opportunities that are normally spoon-fed to these chambers are being taken away. But the early duel that was found canceled out. Plenty of ultis online for both sides. You can see it in the positioning. Alliance playing outside of lamps, expecting at any moment that orbital strike could be coming in. Same thing on the other side, not wanting to be spotted, but that boombot has detected him.
Orb retrieved. Really gonna go all the way back around just for the res. It seems like they might. 35 seconds left on the clock.
Oh wow.
They are gonna do this. It
Your 30
gives
seconds
a
left.
lot of information over to their opposition of
I've got
their
your
current
trail.
spot on the map. Seeker's going to be expended. Now, this actually tells them there's only one player over onto that B site. The other Seekers have gone in the other direction, but they're still going to go running in towards A and try and double back in at the last second. It is risky
10
as hell,
seconds
but they will have themselves the plant. There is no one there to stop them.
Speedoka could have caught them on the cross. Luckily, Seekers come in a second too late.
Spike
The
planted.
swing is detected. Blast packs in to slow down, and okay. They bought themselves the space. Lucky that a Brimstone wasn't close by with an orbital strike ready to call from the sky. Ascend have pulled themselves a ridiculous late round rotation for a 5v3 plant. And Alliance seem to be considering the save. And if they're not now, they may be in a second. This Brim forward is certain death with Jade tucked in the corner.
She's feeling confident, it seems. Definitely one of the scarier aspects of the previous map is when she really got going.
No, you're not making that.
Definitely dead. I appreciate the optimism, but I guess with the spot she was already fighting from, don't think she was necessarily planning on getting out alive. Again, though, still going to be another buy coming in for Alliance without too many troubles. Zaylene back onto the operator as well. The thing is, though, I do feel like that round again is just one that had such incredible risks for SN. Like, as you mentioned, the orbital strike being online, wrong place, wrong time, and you basically lose yourself the round just off being that late into it. Luckily for them, they got away with it, and damn, James just got straight through.
They called the orbital strike thinking maybe they'd catch the early space take, but instead,
Last player standing.
Ascend came barreling through the other side. Alliance caught with their pants down as Ascend lock in a 9th round immediately. Barriers had hardly separated from the floor, and this round was taken out of Alliance's hands. End the 9, 1 away. We said they needed to step it up soon. Ascend have answered that call 2 in a row now as Alliance use up a timeout. I think this is their final timeout as well. That's a pretty big round that's to come, as this could decide everything. Can we get the scoreboard real quick? Alliance's economy. Okay, so they're able to buy up here. They're able to drop over. 1 away from Showstopper, 1 away from Tour de Force. Plenty of opportunities for them to take this across the line. Again, that won't cripple Ascend's economy, though. And so far, this attack has had plenty of answers for Alliance. Ever since we've seen Jolena lose her, 18-3 KD, things have been looking pretty tough for the Alliance roster.
Yeah, I think especially, you can rely on Jolena when she's, popping off on the entries. It's a lot harder on that defensive side for her to have the same level of value, and that is where you need your chamber to be stepping up. Nonetheless, though, still a lot of opportunities for either side. And that's the thing. You're going into a spot where there's a pretty decent chance that the next couple of rounds will have purchases of a sort for either side. So I don't think either team are going to be out of the woods, even if they manage to win this next round. The main thing will be is what is the plan for Alliance to adapt? Because that pace change really caught them off guard. The fact is, though, I don't think that's something that Ascend can do too often without it eventually biting them.
Well, we're getting towards the end of this map, but the winner
Scout
still to be
destroyed.
determined. Round number 20 sees Jade make a ridiculous play. Caught off eventually, traded at least. Slade's taking on the other side. It's caught Samsi. It's spotted her. Nade is good, forcing the TP and Amy. No reason to fight still. I'll be falling back on this. I'm not sure they're getting the control they hope for, though. Flashes, not catching the player up
Spike
close the
down
second
A.
time. The wall provides actually a small amount of cover as Celine was breaking it. I like that idea. And they covered that off very well. And Ascend now end up with a post plan
Spike
3v2.
planted.
Celine's going to try to make a play and catch the
Last
blaster,
player
and
standing.
it's not going to work.
Yeah, it's not been a day, and I think the flash only caught them to a certain extent, maybe a little bit of an overextension from Hated. There's still plenty of time left on the clock for Speedo can try and make a move off this, but well, with Samsi on the other side, it's not going to happen again. Ascend climbing back to an equalization. The early halves have always seemingly belonged to Alliance, but when it gets into the late game, that's when Ascend seem to roll the pot. Spy still there again
That's
on
not
the
ready.
side of Alliance. Tour de Force available for Zaylene, and the rest of the team can afford the rifles. And in terms of ult economy, they definitely have the advantage here. The only detriment they have is their weaponry.
While the Tour de Force activated right away, that should bridge the gap somewhat. Celine, as we said, success hasn't always been there with this scope, and Samsi's waiting patiently for over-aggression. That won't be coming through, though, by the looks of it. Alliance pushed up on Bathroom, but Prowlers are soon to follow, and they will spot those players waiting further back. They want to contest. They don't yet know exactly who's waiting for them. They've heard that chamber TP, and actually, that's going to see a full rotation. That rotation leading them into the Tour de Force of Alliance.
Blinded.
Seconds left for them to make their move. A lot of information garnered with the aggressive push through the bathrooms. Alliance should know that it's coming in this direction. They leave. Oh, it's taking a shot, but it takes too long. So many targets and none of them found. Teammates getting isolated as well because of it. Completely surrounded, but then she gets two. Maybe giving them a way
30
back through
seconds
into
left.
this. The problem is the Seekers have given away the remaining couple of members of this Alliance side, and after plant,
Spike planted.
no doubt, I'm gonna retake these.
One enemy remaining.
Well, that retake ain't looking too likely with Jolena gone. Prowler hadn't caught, and Sonya has to swing straight into the operator. That alone should be a death sentence. A TP to fall back. And more than enough players to trade out. A fantastic round from Jade. Another Ascend victory on the board. And with 11-10, the victory is within their grasp. I think economy for Alliance should be fairly shy at this point. They'll be able to scrape together whatever they can, but wow, a lot of light shields, a lot of weaknesses, and no ultis to really make up for it, bar the showstopper. With 11-10 on the board, Tom, we're coming dangerously close to, and I think we're there, now or never. We'll lose this round, and the series, indeed this leg of Game Changers, may be over.
Go get him.
Yeah, especially with some of the individual performances, how they played earlier today. I think it would be disappointing for them to go out, especially on this map, which they look so incredibly good, but even with their superstar arrays popping, it doesn't necessarily look like it's enough. The way, only a round behind. Still opportunities for them to turn this back, and again, they've managed to garner long B control without too much contention. The main worry here has been that Jade has been able to get way too much space out towards this B site, with no contention. So I think they've actually switched things up completely and just put Jolina there instead.
Blast pack used up the showstopper to Jolina. Not able to find a target, and, you know, predictably they've ran away, but not so predictably, the swing has come out on B Long. A risk under so much pressure. Of course, they wanted more information, but that information comes at a heavy cost. Jade has even survived that. And the showstopper to fly up top. It's a 5v2 in a round that was so desperately needed for Alliance. What absolute heartbreak as the Sand just steam into the lead. Look, we knew this one wasn't going to be won. The question for me was whether they saved both, and they were only trying to save one by the looks of it.
And you could see the hunt is on for Sonya, trying to remove that remaining weaponry. In most of these rounds, they've had a gun or two to save. Amy has been hurt. The thing is, now they know where she is. You could already see Jade is on the hunt. They're going to try and come around from behind. The thing is, doesn't have any blast packs, so a lot of this will instead go on to her teammate. No way they can wrap through this together, even like facing in with an operator here. They're going to go through together, and actually Sonya will take down both. Decent work from her to at least make this one a little bit more costly, and more importantly, get herself ever closer to her ult.
Oh, man. With how some of these rounds have gone, I mean, some have been incredibly close. Some have had their upsides to it, but for Alliance, they're only going to remember the mistakes that were made. Those little errors will haunt them if they end up going out here without a third map after a close first and then moving to bind a map that they've performed so well on even here today, but in history as well. And now, you know, as you said, Tom, Ascend are a different team, a different caliber perhaps, and it is certainly looking that way. This potentially final round. Look at the disadvantage for Zelene. Tough series so far. A Prowler down to bathroom, seeing nothing, and they're already up close. Good kill and disengage. At least something to play with here for the defenders. They have to see to plant again.
Now the time starts to tick, but they are quickly moving their way back through, managing to hold on towards that lamp's control. Rez still a couple away, so not something they can really look to use. They've actually got the Molotov lined up ready to delay, and as the wall breaks, they'll start to come back through the balconies. This setup's actually pretty nasty for that side of Ascend in the nade. It actually gives them a little bit of bait. It's still only going to be that one, though, and the time should already be gone. Not quite enough for Hated to steal that at the last second. Well, Alliance live to fight another day.
One more. That's all they'll get in regulation. As to who it goes to, anyone's guess. A great retake, though. And it could have went so much worse. That nade into the corner, leaving Medica with a sliver of health. I mean, obviously, you're taking the kill, you're worried about your teammate going down and so on, but there's a world where that first shot isn't fired, second player walks by, and everything collapses, where trade inside of middle leaves them with one extra player to play in that post plan to run the clock down those extra couple of seconds. It didn't happen this time. Ascend have so many opportunities here. A tour de force in the back pocket. For the res, more importantly. You're seeing all these players go out and look to fight in some ranged angles, somewhere they can take the control back easily and pop the res if needed.
Again, passive hold on this A site and a much more aggressive one when it comes to this B aggression. It seems fairly ready for this, though. Flash dodged, and they've just destroyed them. These B long pushes have failed, I think, almost every single time we've seen them from either side. A risky time to try and throw one in for Alliance. And they have met the same fate as every player before them. 40 seconds left, still 2 players within this B site. as they look to try and build in once again.
30 seconds left.
Okay, the blast packs from Jade. Good space taken. Inside of close. There's two
No.
players here. But Curry needs more. Just a sheriff in hand. A second frag comes
player
away.
standing.
But no follow-up. And the res, it just stacks the numbers against Alliance again.
Spike planted.
Only Sonya remaining. And it looks like this might be the last round for the Alliance squad in this tournament. Ascend have
No
played a
talk.
phenomenal
Mark two.
game from the get-go. Looked like an incredibly strong team, a unit, and proving it
Attackers
here with
win.
Medica, trading it out 13-11. It goes the distance on map number 2, but we won't reach a third. A shame in a way, but it's beautiful to see Ascend play at this level.
Yeah, I think definite positives to take away for Alliance, but also some things that they need to work on, which I'm sure they're definitely going to do going forward. I definitely don't think this is a bad squad, but just a few silly mistakes, and this could have easily been either a 3-map series or even a 2-0 in their favor going back to the previous map. So a decent competition, but Ascend weather the storm and go marching on through in that lower bracket, and look to see how far they can go within this tournament, because I believe they're the first ones done. So they're either going to be playing up against Rebels or Team Falcons.
Wow. Well, they've been speed running it. I mean, despite the, I guess, delays we had earlier on, we're sticking as the casters that do the quick games. I don't know how, but here we are. And Tom, of course, there's, you and I are here on screen. Our little Twitters are popping up, and people can follow that and all that shenanigans. But Zilv OBS. Go on over to Twitter, XILV.
Wait, is it OBS? I thought his name was just Zilvobs.
Of course, that is his official legal
Okay.
name. I just spell it out for the people at home.
All right, cool.
Make sure to go on over to Zilv.
Wait, that's his
XILV
legal name?
OBS. Yes, my friend. There's many things you don't know about good old
Oh,
Zilvobs,
okay.
but you'll learn in time. And you can learn even more about him over on Twitter. Give him a follow. He's doing a fantastic job here running the production, taking our cams, putting all the action on our screen, doing third person. I don't even know. Short of the UI, I feel like I'm at a Masters or Champions event with him around. So always appreciate you, Zilv. Make sure to give him some love, my dudes. Thank you so much for watching. It has been awesome covering more Game Changers. We'll be back again tomorrow. Same channels, same time. We'll see you then.